Hello, everyone. Sorry. Hello, everyone. Apologies for that. Right, so we've got a slightly different version of Bruships today. Reason is because, well, as many of you know, I spent most of yesterday, afternoon, last night in hospital with my mum because the corgi, she was trying to pick stuff off the floor and she keeps wincing while doing it because her arthritis is playing up. So the corgi's been trying to help her. Corgi went to get the same thing she was reaching for, and his teeth grazed the top of her hand. So he didn't bite, his teeth grazed the top of her hand. But if you know a corgi and its teeth, they're sharp and they're designed to strip the flesh off anything. So she spent yesterday getting her hand done. It's been seen by Dr. Dan, it's been seen by ER doctors, it's all fine. But that's why Bruships didn't have last night. But tonight, I don't really feel like doing much book packing. So I decided to make up for you all. Leave the title the same, but I invited Glyn on to talk about his books. I invited Leslie on to talk about Yonai, and maybe do a bit of chatting about that and Mitsumasu Yonai. And the Fleet of Oceans decided that, frankly, I couldn't do a panel without him, as I jump on his panel so often. So, here you go. You've got a Bruships panel. I'm also going to put the live chat up on the side of the screen so people can see what people are saying in the chat, and as this is live. So, first off, though, Glyn, your book, please. Don't ask me that. It's somewhere in possibly in a box behind them. Your Belfast is in a far better organisation than mine. Yes, just slightly. Any book. You can do any book. It's all fine. I'm just going to move that across there and make it shrink a bit. There you go. We do. Hello. Oh, Leslie, shut up. Leslie's face here. Hello. Only one who's hiding now is the Foo, but that's because he is the Foo. It's part of the mystique. That's good. So, now, what you're doing here is because we're going to be talking about Yonai, and because I ambushed you to talk about Yonai. Okay, let me just sort that one out. It was working perfectly last time, so why it's not working this time, I do not know. That's annoying. Alright. So that should be working, he says. Can you all try speaking away and we'll see if they can hear you?
Good afternoon. It's the Fleet of Oceans here, just doing a mic test.
Testing. 1, 2, 12.
That's a bit of a jump to 12.
Did it work? Did it all work?
Well, we'll find out when the audience tells us.
Yeah, there's a catch-up time period.
That should be working, he says. Can you all try speaking away and we'll see if they can hear you?
Good afternoon. It's the Fleet of Oceans. There we go.
Yeah.
I have my microphone on and I was playing YouTube and that was a terrible idea.
It worked though. It worked. It proved it's working. Oh. Hello everyone. How are we all doing? So yeah, as is traditional on this channel, shameless book plug for videos. Glyn, shamelessly plug your books.
Sure. Give me 1 second here.
The man who's got the Belfast flying in distress quite literally behind him.
Anime of Belfast. We haven't seen that yet, have we?
Sure, here's a stack. You asked me to plug books. It's like, which stack do I grab? This is the Duchy of Terror series and has apparently Exodus Gambit, the first book in the new series, right on top.
Ooh.
So, I didn't realize Exodus Gambit was on top of it, or that really was the right title to grab.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know on this channel, Glyn is a very, very good accountant who's actually better at one thing. And that is science fiction authoring and writing. And he does a lot of them, and they are very, very good books.
I don't actually have a physical copy of War Torn Stars in this room. I need to fix that.
Life happens.
Yeah. And
Actually, Fleet,
Jack is just...
Did you download the Book of Glyn's, which I was recommending to you the other day?
I've been meaning to, but I keep getting sidetracked by other things, sadly.
Is like it sidetracked like poor Leslie every time he tries to have a life or get sleep, and then I bring up your Mitsumasa Yonai?
Something like that, I suppose.
Leslie just going...
Remember, I do have bows and arrows.
We know. Oh.
He's moving, so I won't know where he lives anymore, so I can't have...
The Q&A panel will pop up in a second at Night 6831, don't worry. The Q&A panel will pop up. I'm already getting that ready.
So if I'm supposed to plug books, the most recent thing we watched was the 8th book of the Peacekeepers of Soul series, which is me going, well, you keep, showing what the defeat of the big evil empire, what comes next.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now 8 books deep on dealing with the aftermath and successor states of a massive galactic empire collapsing. And, some minor stuff around the PTSD of the people who got conned into committing genocide.
And it's very cool that. It's going to sound strange. It's something which you do not get covered in science fiction, and it is incredibly interesting working it through. And the thing is, the reason I like Glyn, and the reason Glyn gets on so well with me and Drac, is we all work in a similar way, in that we have Excel spreadsheets, followed by Excel spreadsheets, followed by Excel spreadsheets of information. And this is why I love Glyn's books, because, don't take this the wrong way, but there are so many sci-fi books where my memory I'm going through, and I'm going, no, you said that in the previous book. His books aren't like that.
I can't say that. There is at least one major continuity error in Starship's Mage that we had to go back and fix. But,
Yes, but the fact is you A, went back and fixed it, and B, realised you needed to fix it.
It actually made it past me, my editor, my proofreader, my volunteer typo hunter team. It made it into final print before someone finally came back and said, hey, this dude you say was over here and is a prisoner now. Well, that's not gonna work. And it's a lot easier to change one scene in book 9 than rewrite all of book 14. So, something got retconned. I'm not very happy about it, but that's life. He was never supposed to be in book 9. But yeah.
If it works,
the other thing I'm plugging about right now is this, which is, how did I describe it? A meditation on grief and court politics interrupted by explosions.
Yeah.
A princess whose entire family gets killed by her evil uncle and is running across the galaxy to get help. Is the 5-second summation. And there's, it's me, so there's some thought through technological and economic paradigms feeding into the political paradigms, which feed into the fact that, it takes her 6 months to run across half the galaxy, half of human space.
Mm-hmm. Which is what you'd expect in any halfway reliable sci-fi setting. You can't just cross a galaxy in a day.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the technological paradigm you're working with, but you have a very different social and economic paradigm if you can cross the galaxy in a day. You almost certainly, if you can cross the galaxy in a day, you are far more likely to have a unified political structure than you are if it takes you, 6 months to a year just to cross civilized space. The longer it takes, the slower you travel, the longer it takes, the narrower the scope of your local political and economic environment is going to be. The two things very much, especially the tech paradigm you're using for fast and light travel, very much informs your economic and political paradigms. So, of course, my technology paradigm for any given setting is picked upon the economic and political paradigm that I want to be working with for that setting. We don't know what will allow us to travel fast in light, quite possibly nothing, so it's one of the places where I have to play, so I use it.
Add a few extra dimensions. That's how you travel faster than light.
One option.
It's about leaving up. I'm organising all the things neatly. Sorry, I was quietly making sure all the windows played with each other. I had this set up 20 minutes before this went live, and then it lost it all when we actually started going live, and I've had to rebuild it. So I do apologise for me being quiet for that time. But no, it's one of the fun things, though, I find, is that sometimes the history itself is stranger than the fiction. Because we'll find this with Mitsumasa Yonai, aren't we? And I wrote this because Glyn was listening into our Discord chat, because we have, on this channel, as people who regularly, we do Discord chats on Thursday evenings quite often after the live. And occasionally we do other Discord chats where I just turn up in Discord and just go, if anyone wants to chat, I'm here. And we were talking about Mitsumasa Yonai, and it's just, the man is the living embodiment of, oh frigate, did you found modern Japan, and how did you do it? Because that is... Leslie does this far nicer and far better than me when he's summing him up. How would you describe Yonai?
He's an onion field.
An onion field?
Yep, you get hold of something, you peel it down to the nth level, and then you suddenly look around and there's another onion there. I mean, I've discovered there's a book which is only in Japanese, which is Yonai, the creator of modern Japan, and they won't allow it to do They won't allow it to do translate on Kindle.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yes,
Okay.
not the word I use. Mine had 4 letters.
Oh.
But I am still considering buying it and using my poor Japanese translation.
I'm considering buying it and giving the copy to Drakenafel for his wonderful machine to translate for me after I've taken all the photos.
One of the things we learned in Mexico was that if you have an Android phone, Google Lens will just translate any text you take photos of for, which I thought was
it does work
in the future.
Mm-hmm.
It does work in Japan. I have used it. And that's, to some extent, I'd like to get my kanji reading better from the horrible it is at the minute. But I also noticed there's katakana in there as well, so it's not even a consistent alphabet translation.
Now, I remember this from talking to you, Leslie, because you mentioned this. Does that suggest that perhaps the poetry he wrote was in katakana? Because that's the high court language, isn't it? The language of the
No,
court.
I think it is in kanji.
Kanji.
In the lesser language. But it may also be in Chinese, which means he has gone back to the original Henai or Muramuta shogunate style of writing, as in you write the most formal stuff in Chinese rather than in Japanese. Which means he is working on a level I don't understand in modern Japanese culture. I would if he was a Henai general, because that would make sense. But it doesn't.
Okay, that's just another. You just found a whole nother onion for us to unravel with that one.
There we go. That's it, boys.
Oh, good lord.
Oh.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't know Chinese writing, so, and I only got a sample of the text. I will spend some time trying to work my way through using Google Lens. But it is he's just a frustration, because as soon as I think I've got a handle on it, something else comes up. Now I know his family claim that they are from a general of the Henai period.
Mm-hmm.
So is he using his claim to write in his way to prove his legitimacy? But for modern Japan, to write in Chinese is always considered poor. Sorry, modern Japan, I mean 1920s, 1930s Japan, not modern Japan. Game's just gone.
Oh, I'm listening. I'm just like modern. Yeah, what era is modern again? So we're in the post modern era, I believe, for some stuff.
Well, you've got in the 1950s, they modified Japanese to make it easier to teach. And that was done in the late 40s, early 50s, I believe, is the time. Now, some of that seems to have come from people Yonai put in place.
You've muted yourself, Glenn.
I had the YouTube video up, and it seemed like every time I looked over, Alex was doing this.
I'm just thinking, this guy is the living embodiment of contradictions. For those who don't know who we're talking about Mitsumasa Yonai, who was probably the greatest, one of, in the words of Yamato and several of the other very senior admirals of Japan, the greatest admiral they had. He was Prime Minister in 1940 and did his best to try and stop Japan ending up in a war. And we know he was also a protege of Togo Hachiro. We know he met lots of Royal Navy admirals. And after the war, he is not only used as the point of contact between MacArthur's administration and the Imperial Court and the Japanese government and the defendants at the War Crimes Tribunal, which he himself seems to get acquitted from, or, well, Leslie will use the exact phraseology, very quickly, in a disturbingly quick time.
All charges against Yonai are written as non-proven.
Yes. And that happens in, like, the space of the quickest court. I mean, I don't think you can get parking tickets dealt with that quickly by that very nice judge who used to have a YouTube channel. I don't think he was even as quick as that court case lasted. So, it's interesting.
How quick is that quick?
Well, they
didn't allow the charges to be read out, and the case was his plea was put in, and he offered no plea, and then there was no. It's almost like a deal was done behind behind the curtain.
He basically walked into the courtroom and walked out before anyone had had a sip of their own drinks.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
Yes. As far as we can tell from the source we read so far, he walks in, he smiles at everyone, he accepts their charge of they're saying of this not proven, and he walks out and immediately it is being used to organise the defence and pleas of the various other defendants.
I'm sorry, but I have to. Like, Yonai walks into courtroom, hears charges, refuses to elaborate further, leaves.
Yeah, that's pretty much. He doesn't need. He's not even asked to elaborate.
God, that's funny.
We know we're not actually convicting you. You know we're not actually convicting you. Everyone in this room knows this is a prearranged farce, but we have to actually have you walk into court and to have officially faced a court for the image.
Yeah, and Dave
For the
Harris,
image of the post-war administration, you have to face a court.
yeah,
It doesn't say, we don't really care how long, you just have to face a court.
yeah. It's basically, you just face the court for the sake of facing the court, not for actually doing anything in front of the court. And there's already the chat starting up in the YouTube on the channel, and that Dave Harrison and Verdun and Bishon are all coming up with various ideas, various points about Yonai. But Yonai is this this person who is. I love doing the video about him as Chief of Staff of Axis Navies and these sort of things, because it was I felt like Holzendorf, he really mattered, but it gets written out of history. Holzendorf gets completely ignored because of Tirpitz, but he's far more important to what the Germans do in World War I than Tirpitz ever will be. Because Tirpitz is a big idea man of, I want to build ships. What do I want to do with them? Haven't got the foggiest clue. So he's actually the worst person you want actually in charge of building ships. Because if he's got no plan of what to do with them, then there's no point building them. He just wanted to build them because they're new and shiny and big and pretty. Holzendorf is the guy who has the ideas about what to do with them. And Yonai is this character who just appears in the history point at various points, and you're going, what were you doing, man? One of the things is he's famous for the parties and the events he has at various districts in Japan. He's considered very popular with the geisha girls. Yet no one has ever actually seen him drunk. They see him drink a lot, but they've never seen him drunk.
No, he was seen drunk a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough for the thing. He lived in the the Willow World for a while, and while in the Willow World, he got away with murder.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a very Japanese thing is when you're in the Willow World, you are not in the real world. Yet he goes into the Willow World, he drinks a lot, he walks out of the Willow World as if he's never been there. That's me putting the Japanese sort of emphasis on it.
And that's kind of interesting.
It's as if when he goes there, he isn't Yonai, he's someone else. Oh, I may have boggled him again.
I see. Very clever.
It's almost fun the fact that he has. I always refer to him as Yonai to keep consistent with all the videos I've done, but it's also Yunishi, which is the other name we should refer to him as, isn't it? Instead of Yonai.
Yeah. Mitsuma Hari Yonai. Yonai is his Christian name. Mitsusumi Yonai. But he has an extended name as well.
Yeah. He's a fun character. And I'm just going to rattle off some questions quickly from while we're thinking about him from the Q&A. Santa Canero, how would an Elbonian navy look for right after the Napoleonic Wars? They'd be buying a load of second rate because who wouldn't?
Can I get a quick in on this? Because I've heard this mentioned by Drac and by you. What the heck is the Elbonian navy? Because I've heard it mentioned a bunch of times. What the heck is it?
Basically, the
got
idea
a straight
is
answer from anybody.
A navy where you're buying the stuff which looks good on paper, but in reality is terrible. So, if you're going to cause real trouble, you buy your capital ships from one nation, your cruisers from another nation, your destroyers from another nation, and so you have all very good ships, but the logistics would be completely incompatible, so would the trading, so would everything. So you'd absolutely muck it up. That's
Fair
the
enough.
idea. And then
I see.
The Night 681's question 156, as we discussed in Bruships 151, is it a post-war stereotype that the British severely underestimated Japan? What about the US? Is it the same? If so, who pushed that? Well, that's an interesting question. I would say, I think a lot of people push it, and I would love the people who are also here to put their views on this one. But I would say one of the things that it's pushed is that it's not so much they were severely underestimated, is that no one listened to the factions, the groups of people that were actually accurately estimating them. They ignored them. So it's better to say, oh, we underestimated, than to say, well, we didn't listen to the people whose job it was to estimate them because we presume we were smarter than the people who were the experts. And we're talking about the real, and it's that classic scenario. But I found the Royal Navy, for example, had reams and reams of documents about the Japanese and had a very accurate assessment of them, up to and including that they were estimating that the Yamato Musashi were being built with 17.1 to 17.5 inch guns, and they estimated that based off a photograph. And let's be honest, basing that off a photograph that was a bit of a grainy photo, getting it that close, I know it's not 18 inches, it's not exact, but getting it from a photo which was taken across a bay at them before they've been displayed to the world, I think that's a pretty good shot. That's a pretty... I'm going to accept that, because let's be honest, if you're estimating for a 17.5 inch gun, you're probably estimating for an 18 inch gun, and so you're probably going to be okay. And that's one of the reasons which causes the complete kerfuffle over the King George V's. Because suddenly they're going, oh, frigate, we've designed a 14-inch gun battleship in a world where they're just not going to count. Then Michael Cooch, Retown class returns. If the Royal Navy had been willing to accept a through-deck gun mount, with all that entails, would the 5.25 inch have been a better option than I think you mean a between-deck gun mount. It is dual purpose for the cruiser gun. Not really, because the BD, the mount for the 5.25 is going to require a huge amount of work. I mean, you're not going to see those ships for about 2.5, 3 years. So, frankly, it wouldn't have been worth it. Is there anything you would have changed in the design of the Fletcher and gearing of Fletcher classes? Not really. They're great for what the Americans wanted them for. But no. I can see Glenn is working. He's doing something. Whatever that, or his brain's going and he's adding in extra notes.
I'm just sat here letting the experts talk. I'll pop in when I've got something to say.
Yeah. He's muted himself. I'm just smiling at him because he's muted himself. That's better.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm just sitting there smiling and going, you're saying something, but you muted yourself. No.
I am looking at the Q&A on the YouTube channel, and I just got a reminder that I need to send out some rights emails this afternoon.
Okay. All right.
I am here. I am listening. When I am no longer here and listening, I will drop off.
Okay, that's good.
Relatively quickly here, I'm afraid.
But no, if anyone has any questions of a science fiction nature, quickly put them in the chat. Quickly put them in the Q&A now, and we'll get Glyn to answer them.
Indeed.
Okay, Brand Larson, is there anything that you answer that one? Question. Nice to hear from 3-1. Question 155. Was it even rational of the British to worry about a weapon they themselves created?
Which one?
The British recreate so many weapons. That's the trouble. Of course they're worried about them. Leslie? Help here? Would you worry about a weapon you created?
Yes.
Yes.
If it's pointed at me, hell yes. Pardon, yes.
The first rule of creating a weapon is make sure no one else can get hold of it.
The trouble is when you build a weapon big enough, they can copy it because they can usually see it.
Yeah, that's basically that's the rub in it.
And half the trouble sometimes with knowing with things is if once you know you can do them, you can do them.
Yep, that's about the size of it.
Nice area for everyone again. Why was the Royal Navy's sonar equipment unable to find the wreckage of the Aer Lingus Flight 712, which had crashed from the Irish Sea and was 1.98 miles off the Tuska rock at depth of 234 feet?
Because it's sonar from a warship. You're looking for objects in the sea. Whereas something that's on the bottom, not making any noise, and isn't actively trying to avoid you / actively trying to hunt you, it's basically warship sonar. It's not designed to comb the seabed for.
It's even easier than that. If it's part of the seabed, Guess what it looks like to a sonar?
The seabed.
Yeah. You need basically
Use case as well.
it's the sonar we use for hunting for oil underneath the sea floor. That's the sonar sort of star
Sideways.
systems you need to use.
You
The sideways scan. Yeah.
need- no, but you need a sonar that also penetrates.
Yeah.
Because if you can penetrate the surface layer, then you take your normal sonar, you take your penetration sonar,
Mhm.
and if they're showing the same, great. But if they show a shadow, then there's something here that is sonar reflective, which is normally a metal.
Yeah.
So you don't need to do that if you're hunting a warship.
No. They're not usually that good.
I mean, even a sub that sat on the bottom, playing dead, isn't, because it's moving backwards and forwards slightly. So with ocean currents, so it isn't standing still, even when it's standing still.
Question 153. If someone refuses to answer a question, have they lost the argument? I would never go quite with that, because as an academic, I have to admit, occasionally with students, I do turn around and go and look at this book, rather than answering the question directly, because I want them to learn. I want them to go off and practice their research skills and do the learning, and I think they'll learn better that way than just me telling them the answer. So the trouble is, I don't think you can ever make a blanket statement like that. If someone refuses to answer a question, have they lost the argument?
Also depends on how you're asking the questions.
Yes.
As someone who is something of a public figure, I get a lot of really obnoxious questions asked that I just ignore, because the only responses that I could actually make aren't things I can say on Alex's channel.
Or don't worry, or you can just tell me and I'll go do them to the people. That's more fun.
Someone is
Deary
people
me.
have a bad sense of boundaries around Facebook profiles when you need to have them set up to run the Facebook groups.
Yes.
This is a problem.
Yeah, yeah, and Facebook doesn't yet have a good way around that system.
Why my Facebook profile isn't my name.
Yeah. Oh, here's a Mark Kingdom Brunel. Does Google Lens work on the funny old German fonts? Does anyone know the answer to that one? I haven't used
It
it on the phone.
works on some of them.
Some of them.
It's not very good if it's handwritten as well.
You see, this is the thing.
Half the ability to pick up handwriting, honestly, because we were testing that recently too.
Half the ability you're taught as a historian is how to figure out old handwriting and how to work it out. That's literally half the stuff. I sometimes explain to people that the only some of the good reasons to do advanced degrees and qualifications in history is if you are going to do it professionally and do want to do it, be a professional historian. It's the easiest way to get handwriting analysis classes. Also, then there's the working out what your peers have written as well, which adds a whole other layer of joy, because anyone trying to figure out my handwriting has real fun. I can write quite well on a board, because I automatically, for some reason when I'm writing on a board, I automatically print my handwriting, so each letter's sort of separately. When I'm doing handwriting, because I was taught to do it cursive and make it all nice and joined up, it gets completely legible in about 5 seconds.
Oh dear, us poor sods trying to read cursive.
Yeah.
Heavy is the hand that tries to read cursive, I tell you.
Ooh,
oh dear.
It's having fun.
Yeah.
I would say...
I'm off to Japan.
963 for everyone. We've answered to 152. I don't have enough knowledge of the exact scenario to be able to comment. 151. How did 1919 destroyer leaders and 1918 destroyer leader designs were the USN planning? Don't ask, because let's be honest, they're trying to order by the dozen at this point, so they probably have plans, but if they're planning for all their 4-stackers, they are building a lot of them. Especially divide the 4-stacker order by about 8, and that should tell you how many destroyer leaders they're planning on having. Jacob W570, what was the last Navy ship designed with the use of oars or sweeps in mind, and when was the last time it was actually used? Well, if you mean ship's boat, there's a few of them which are still around, which I think are still a war, but or rather capable of being used for wars. I think in terms of a galley, the last people to use galleys and do galley warfare were the Russians and the Swedes in the Baltic. So you're looking for their war during the height of the Napoleonic era. They like to have wars in that scenario. John Shea, what admin is from Doctor or Who or any admin in case?
I'm sorry, you lost me there for a moment. I didn't quite understand.
No,
I don't quite understand.
That I'm not unsure about the question. Brandon Larson, how would the Royal Navy have designed the Forrestal class carrier if they had been built in the UK and the USN? A lot less crew, and probably slightly smaller, but also probably knowing the British in other ways slightly more interesting, a lot more alcohol. And question 150: how quickly was letting the French and Dutch Empire implode ruled out by the politicians? The Americans ummed and ahed over it for a while. The British were never keen on it. The Americans, there was a healthy faction, which of course was very anti-empire, but they lived. They eventually decided that actually, if they imploded, they'd be dealing with a lot more communist threats than they wanted to deal with. And whose idea was the slow 15+ year winding down of the British Empire? You can't really find an idea for it, but it starts in the 1880s. It starts to get the British start having a plan for it in the 1880s, and so yeah, that's one of the reasons why the British Empire does successfully transition to a Commonwealth. It's because they actually planned it. It's the really weirdest thing. Everyone else planned on holding on to their empires forever, and the British basically looked at it and went, "We don't want to an empire forever, ever." Because of course you have to remember, we became the largest empire in the world. We were also the ones who least wanted an empire. What we wanted was trading ports. We ended up taking an empire to defend our trading ports. We didn't care about the empire, really. We didn't want it. That's one of the reasons why people liked having us. Because we didn't care enough to interfere in their regular lives. Which is also one of the reasons why we built up a lot of other problems, because we didn't care. But it's a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. But, yeah, that's it.
It's about right, yeah.
Does everyone know the idea of six generations separation? 6 levels of separation.
I've heard it, yes.
I have a horrible idea. I may have been taught judo by the great grandson of Yonoi.
Oh, frigate! The man's getting everywhere!
Oh dear.
The man is getting everywhere now. He's even got to this YouTube channel somehow.
Who has arrived?
Yonai's
Next thing you know, you just
grandson?
open the door behind me and say hello.
Don't jump!
Oh my lord.
Right, okay, I've been following the family tree. That's what I've been doing. And Yonai's daughter marries a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
That businessman has 3 sons. One of those sons has a daughter, and his daughter has a son of exactly the same name as one of the Kudo senseis that I dealt with in Tokyo in 2018.
Good lord.
I need more Iron Brew.
I am pretty much out of time here, so.
But we've got one question for you before you go, Glyn. From Atris Verdun, Glyn has 3 different series to get into. 3 different series to get into his books on his page. Is there one you, as Dr. C and Glyn, would recommend to a nerd such as myself to get into? Which series?
There should be more than 3 on there. I think there's like 8. Depending on if you're one of Alex's nerds, you probably want to start with either Space Carrier Avalon from Castle Federation or Raven's Peace from Peacekeepers of Soul. I like to send people. Castle Federation is done twice because I went back and wrote 3 more books, but it is done, I think. So there is that advantage there, where Peacekeepers has It has one more book in it because I can't financially justify continuing the series after that, unfortunately.
Which is sad for me.
There will be 9 Peacekeepers of Seoul books when the dust settles, I think. Or is the one I think the one I am working on next month is 8. I'm losing track.
One thing I will add, if you're looking for a one-off book, and I cannot remember its name, but I've read a couple of your one-off books, and I have to say the Icebreaker one, Icebreaker. If you're looking for a one-off book to see if you like Glyn, you don't want to get into a series because you're going to complete the series if you don't like it, because you're one of those people like me who always completes the series. Icebreaker is a great introduction to Glyn's writing. It's just so the beautiful imagery. It's a really nicely self-contained story, and it's a really rich story. It's got a lot of depth to it and a lot of different layers, and it says a lot in very few words.
It's sold like wet dog turds, and Alice would love me to return to the setting a bit.
Yeah, I'm still not. I don't know why, because it's a really good read, and I have this theory. It's because it's such a standout in the genre it's in terms of it's on its own, that it hasn't done necessarily as well as it should do. Because I can't think of any other book similar to it.
It's in an odd sort of semi-genre thing. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that sits in that sort of mystical diesel punk, and then you get into the fact that it's only mystical diesel punk on the surface, and there's a lot of other shit going on in that book.
Oh yeah,
it's a hard to classify book that I am very, very fond of. And if I do write anything more in the setting, they will be somewhat easier to classify because they will either be prequels that are unquestionably space opera, or sequels that are probably unquestionably space opera, let's be honest. So I could go back to the same well because I write very good space opera.
But you see, the thing is, I liked the diesel punk. I did like it. It was a cool scenario.
Have you read Velocity of Revolution?
Yes.
Alex. By Marshall Maresca, diesel punk, motorbikes, magical mushrooms.
I think I have.
I'm here to plug my own books, but if anyone wants to check out something else in a similar diesel punk era, less naval. Icebreaker's very naval diesel punk. Velocity of Revolution by Marshall Maresca is much more motorcycles and tacos diesel punk, but it is a very good book and one of the reasons that Icebreaker exists.
It's a paddle steamer battleship going to war with spaceship armor.
Yes.
That is it. Okay, that is what you need to know about the Icebreaker. A paddle-wheeled battleship going to war.
And yes, it is an icebreaker using armor that is left over from a spaceship.
I have several questions.
First one,
right,
where can you get the
book? No, I think I'll have to
Honestly, in the nicest way, if I if I'd been reading your Red Fleet work and your your Fleet of Oceans work, before before I'd read the Icebreaker book, I would probably have linked you up with Glyn earlier, because honestly, some of your stuff does live in the same world somehow.
A little. There are some things that make sense.
Anyway,
yeah, I think magic. It's complicated.
I think we let Glyn go, but thank you.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I did actually give up a writing session for this that I will need to make up today, because that's the kind of week it is. So,
thank you.
But I owe Alex some favors. So.
You owe me nothing, but it's always nice to have you.
Right.
And I want, and
Thank you very much.
I want to keep you writing those books.
I would like to keep writing
Indeed.
books too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
And now you've still got me.
Yes.
Yes, folks, it's me. You can't get rid of me that easy.
No, we can't. We've tried. We can't get rid of Fleet. But no, this is that's useful to have you though, because you're one of the people who hasn't been as involved in Yonai discussions as we have, and Yonai he's weird.
I literally discovered that while we were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's the same name. I've got to go and get it confirmed.
Good lord.
I'm
If
meeting up with
that may be a living descendant. Interesting.
which means if he is the same person, he was really, really kind.
Which
And he spent a lot of time with the non-Japanese, trying to make sure that we understood the philosophy of shooting rather than the technique of shooting, which is not the level we were at.
Mm-hmm.
The level I'm at is I'm learning the technique and the feeling of shooting.
Ah, very interesting.
But he was pushing us towards the lot higher level, the spirituality of shooting. And he also complimented me on my 5 crosses, which I was rather shocked at. It is not something that I am very good with. But I think trying to understand the spirit helped the technique.
And that does sound like such a Yonai thing to do, though, doesn't it? Which adds
Yeah.
to it.
I'm beginning to... My brain didn't put the two things together.
Yeah.
Until I read the name, and then I went and looked up my list of senses, and it's the same. It's the same country characters.
Mm.
Now, it could be John Smith, but
You never know.
But considering all the other stuff we already know about Mitsumasa Yonai and his...
there's no record of him in the ANKF, the All Nippon Kudo Federation. But it was the ANKF really comes in the mid to late 30s. So if he's in a traditional school, he might not show up. I don't know. My brain is just frazzled with this guy.
Ay, caramba. He's a special character. He is a truly special character because...
He definitely sounds like it.
It's look, as you all know as well, Fleet, when you're looking through history and going through it, sometimes you come across people and you just go, okay, they seem to be small characters. They're obviously important as individuals, but they're small characters. And then you start looking around and going, hang on, no, this person was here. And what was theoretically a name which shows up with respect but doesn't really get much attention, you're suddenly going, you're connected in a lot. And we are basically... You're almost dealing with a person who... I would say is more important to the construction and form of post-war Japan than I'd almost argue Winston Churchill is to the UK. Because Winston Churchill leads us through the war and does all of that very, very well. But in terms of the post-war settlement and what gets built, that's quite a collective group project. And you can't really put it down to any one, because all the successive governments really build upon each other. And they mutually go wrong in the same economic route, but they also mutually do other things trying to build it up together. You know, it doesn't almost matter who's in charge, they're going to push forward sort of in a similar direction.
Makes sense.
From what I can tell, pretty much, whether unofficially or officially allowed to do it, or rather officially in an unofficial way encouraged to do it, is pretty much the person running around getting everything done in post-war Japan to lay the groundwork for post-war Japan to become what it became.
Makes
what is to
sense.
come.
Makes sense, you know? All this.
Leslie,
Hmm?
I just had another question go through my head.
Oh
Because
boy.
if for the Yonai, as you know, as we talked about, regularly doesn't like to have chauffeurs. Yet one of the accounts I read, and I can't remember which one it is, of the tribunal and of his visits to MacArthur, he had a chauffeur driving him up there.
Wasn't that provided by the Americans because the Americans wanted to guarantee who was coming?
No.
So who was his chauffeur?
This is the other fun
Ain't that
thing.
a...
He has a habit of having some. He never has a naval chauffeur. He doesn't like to have a naval chauffeur to chauffeur him around. So he usually gets his own public transport. However, sometimes someone seems to manage to make him use a chauffeur, and they're described as having a uniform which red sort of breeches and an ornate hussars style jacket, which is the uniform of the Imperial Guard in Japan. But of course the Imperial Guard couldn't go out and couldn't leave their post. But their sons could put on their uniform and be sent out.
It's interesting.
Is that how he kept the communication between himself and the Emperor? Through the chauffeur?
Possible.
So far behind the curtain you wouldn't even notice it was there. And of course the chauffeur could have been not just a chauffeur.
Mm. There's all sorts
good
of...
Lord.
I thought... Sorry. I always thought the Americans provided all the chauffeurs for the Japanese delegates.
It's definitely an interesting conundrum, isn't it?
The Allies were supposed to, but there were a couple of officials who they found they didn't need to. They either, in the case of Yonai, occasionally turned up on foot, which caused a lot of fun, or had appeared with a chauffeur.
Interesting.
I've tried to look up, and I was looking for him to be provided a chauffeur by the Allies, by the Americans specifically. But a couple of people did get Australian chauffeurs, I think. The Aussies also did some of their bits, but yeah, he's a character. He is an absolute character.
Sounds like it.
I mean,
yeah.
Have the gate logs for McCarthy's office been released?
I don't know.
Sometimes the easiest way to find out who's coming through the door, check the gate logs.
Well, it kind of like his. I think the guy who was his because Yonai could speak English very well, and yet he still sometimes took a translator with him to these meetings. Apparently. And the translator's name so far I've had listed is the same guy who ends up in charge of Akito's education, taking on what had been Togo's role for Hirohito. This gentleman gets Akito's education, professor of economics, and is the person who writes the thing for Yonai.
That's Master and Apprentice, isn't it? It's Master and Apprentice again. The master takes the apprentice along, so the apprentice learns how things are done. to keep the consistency of the empire. Sorry.
This is so much
It's
interesting.
insane, all of this knowledge that you just...
You know, I would have said it's one of the things I love about naval history, and I realise we've got some questions to answer in the chat in the Q&A, and I'll get to them in a second. One of the things I find really interesting about history is the sort of side of the paths you can end up going. Because I know Leslie was saying a few months ago he didn't really realise Yonai existed that much, and now he's almost filling out volumes of notepads on them. With me, I've known about Yonai for about the last, I would say properly, I've known about him for the last 2-3 years. Since I did the Chief Staff video about him properly and properly started to look into him. The more I looked into him, the more interesting it became.
Makes sense.
It's actually made me very glad I didn't get to do the section of my PhD about the Japanese Navy and development of naval aviation. Because one of the interesting things I found with Yonai is that pretty much every senior officer in charge of Japanese naval aviation as it's grown has a connection with him and is in their post in some way thanks to him. For example...
You're telling me that most... Go on,
Well, the thing is about it, one of the interesting things. Actually, to answer your question, I will clarify the facts I'm just about to give because I have to be quite 100% sure before I say it with always with him because he is fun.
So you're telling me that most of what's actually happened in the development of what we know as the Imperial Japanese Navy was down to him?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Or people related to him?
One of the things he was upset with, and he was really annoyed with, is he fought very hard against the standards they put for the pilots and for aircrew. He thought that would work against them.
As in good standards or bad standards? I keep forgetting which
They
were
were
the
too
pre-war.
high. They were very, very high.
If you made Japanese fighter pilot, in every other nation you'd have been considered the most senior pilot in your squadron. And that's what they considered as a base levels pilot.
Which means there was no way to keep that up even with rotations once the war broke out.
Well, there was no rotations. The Japanese didn't believe in rotations.
And even if there had been, there would have been basically no way to...
Yeah, there wasn't. They couldn't replace the pilots. In the end, they started reducing it, but when they started reducing it, they didn't go back through the older classes and say, well, you only just failed, so we'll pass you and put you through a quick refresher course. No, they started training the younger pilots younger and younger. So they basically lost a whole generation of what would have been your good standard pilots. And if you flunked out of fighter school, you weren't bumped into bomber school or anything like that. No, you were flunked out completely. That's something I was quite shocked at, because everywhere else, if you weren't good enough to be a fighter, you were normally considered to do bombing or reconnaissance or something, you know. So if you
I get that, yeah. It's weird, that.
If you just failed, there's Saburo Sakai. There was one of the guys who he was with, just failed on his course, and I can't remember what Sakai said. He said he missed out by a whisker, and he left the Navy. So that's someone who's not quite good enough to be a fighter pilot. So instead of making him take the dishonor of becoming a bomber pilot, they kicked him out completely.
This just feels like massively self-defeating. And I suppose in a way it is.
Their idea was they would have an esprit de corps. You know, their pilots would be an esprit de corps better than anyone's.
That only lasts as long as your pilots live.
Well, yeah. It wasn't designed for warfare. That's the thing. It's not right. I mean, it's not even a Japanese way. I mean, if you are samurai, or if you're Bushi samurai, let's use the correct terminology. If you're Bushi samurai, you are a warrior first, and then you're a samurai. They were doing it the other way around. They were making you a samurai first, and then turning you into a pilot. If you weren't good enough to be a samurai, you weren't good enough to be a pilot.
Here it is. There are two things. Yamato, when he first became captain in 1923 at the age of 39, he was put in charge of the air training school at Kasamuraga, and he wanted to have all the pilots trained in night flying, which was unusual at the time, and not continued. He was supported in this, though, by Yonai, who was a little bit senior to him at that point, but still another captain, I think, at that point. And also, as it's quite well known about Yamato, that he started his... he was doing air training. He was studying flying at night while performing his duties on the post during the day. And it's strongly believed that Yonai sorted out the funding for him to do the flying originally until it was sorted out properly. Yet Yonai is actually very poor. Well, officially very poor.
Interesting, that.
He is a more and more layers and layers of onions in that field. Right, well, Leslie's off hunting a book, I'm fairly certain, because that's usually why he disappears.
Well, it's just you and me now, Clarke, against the world.
Let's see what we can do about some of these questions from Night 6831. Question 148. Was it more than power vacuums, economics, and fear of communism that dictated the slow 50-year winding down of the British Empire? Basically, it was, to my mind,
half. From what I'm aware of, it was half economics. It was half economics, and it was half. Basically, the fact that in order to maintain the empire, post-war, Britain was basically dependent on the USN. Sorry, not the USN, sorry, the US. Because if Britain wanted to do anything, it basically had to say, look, US, we want to do X. We're telling you we're going to do X. I hope our strategic interests line up so we can do X. How do you feel about this? And if the US agreed...
A healthy, and this is going to sound strange, sorry, before anyone asks, when I went close to the camera, I noticed that I had something on my nose from cleaning the boxes earlier, so I got it off. But one of the joys of the scenarios, the British have been working out already. They're working already. They're winding down of empire and transition for they plan to do it over a century. And they plan to really start in about... they started to sort of 1880... They started thinking about 1880, and they started sort of doing it in 1890 sort of period. That's when you see the first Dominions start to get their increasing independence and working hours and all sorts of things going through. And basically the plan was it would be done by 1990. And the thing is, I always say the Americans' pressure accelerated something they were already doing, because... in a nice way, the argument was over, well, it's going to cause us trouble, the Americans, it's going to cause us trouble here, and financially, we are after World War I, after the Great Economic Depression and World War II, we are completely knackered. Financially, we can't afford to deal this argument, so we're just... And then on top of that, the way the Americans ended Lend-Lease. Those four great big economic whacks, there's just no point in it.
Yeah. There was...
Leslie has returned. What did he find? Because he disappeared off.
There was basically...
Sorry, I'm up with my mum's, and I was just making sure she was okay.
Good, sensible.
Makes sense to me.
Did you hear about Yonai and Yamato?
Yes. I knew that from my... The idea that he wanted to bring in night flying, and Yonai was one of the few people. Yonai was in a place that he should be able to project that much power. So how's
he
he
was-
projecting that power?
And he sorted out funds for him to do his night training, his flying lessons in the evening before Yamato was able to pay for them himself. And where did Yonai get the funds from? Because as we know,
Yonai didn't finish paying off his debts until 1939-40.
and he's the first ever Japanese admiral to apply for a hardships loan. At one point, he applies for 3,000 something, 3,000 something. You know, huge amount of money.
Well, not in today's money.
No.
I haven't got my wallet with this because I could bring up the 50,000 yen note.
Alright.
I am totally confused by the guy because he seems to do something, and then immediately we find something that is not, which means he shouldn't be doing that. He's applying for a hardship loan, yet he's paying for someone to do a flying lesson.
While he's still a captain. He's a more senior captain who's got the funds from someone to pay for a more junior captain to do flying lessons.
Mm.
And apparently he helped Yamamoto get the post. How did he have the influence to help Yamamoto get that post?
His family is not an influential family. It's not a Takanai or a Kisei. So how are they getting the power to do this? I'm just confused by the guy. Every time I look and I seem to get a handle on something else comes along.
He's non-stop fun.
He pretty much is.
I mean, I've even started learning to write his name in kanji characters to see if that will give me an idea about the man. You know, if I can learn to write his name, will I understand him? Yeah, no,
There's a lot of these characters that you just don't learn enough about, really, and that kind of sort of slip through the cracks of history, if you like.
Yes.
In a way.
I mean, I was 6 to 12 months ago. I was barely aware of it. 2 or 3. No, it was about a month ago. Clarke mentioned him as a side thing, so I went to look up with him, and I thought, oh right, so he's just one of these admirals who becomes prime minister. Oh, hold it. How does he become prime minister that way? He's naval. The army is in control of the cabinet at that stage. How's he got to be prime minister? He's an independent. He's not in any of the parties.
And then you read about him. You know, you look at the when Yamamoto is rude about the aligning with Germany or Italy, he gets assassination attempts. Mitsumasa Yonai does far ruder right in front of their faces, and Leslie, you can say it, I have checked, all the little cousins aren't currently watching. It's a Monday night, it's a school night. And he gets away with it!
In front of the
I've heard of getting off scot-free, but that's saying something.
You do what it says
in front of the Italian. In front of the Italian ambassador, he called Mussolini a little boy playing in his bathtub.
Christ on a bike?
There is opposing the alliance with Germany and Italy, and there is that. That's...
I think the translation has been sanitized as well. I think when he says playing, I think it is playing with himself.
Good lord, that's a bit.
And by the way, he's Prime Minister at the time when he says this.
But unfortunately, my kanji is not. I'm not. I haven't got access to the old kanji script changing, which is why I think it's not coming out 100%. Although I have asked one of my friends to review it for me and see what he thinks the wording is. I mean, it is treated with shock, his statement.
Yes, it's treated with shock. But there are two levels of shock. One, he said it. Two, he's still alive after saying it. Don't
Not
shake.
only
Wait,
is he
no,
alive.
no. Mitsumasa Yonai.
The phrase "getting away with murder" seems to apply here.
Thank you, Stefan. Happy Victoria Day to you. The more you talk about him, the more it sounds like the most dangerous thing in politics. Someone who people will do things for because they like him, not for something in return.
That's basically about the rub of it.
Yeah, that's actually a very good description, isn't it?
Yeah.
He has power because people like him.
Yeah. And they trust him to be honourable and to say the truth.
Literally taking the phrase "very honourable" to the nth degree.
What the Emperor says, basically, about him when he selects him for being Minister of the Navy. Most honourable man I know.
Very honourable.
But in a way of, you can no longer you cannot question him, because I value him.
He's my man. Go away.
Yes.
You want to go against your god, basically, with the Emperor, because the old Emperor was seen as something of a godlike figure.
That's the interesting thing.
But
Again,
not at this time.
no.
By the way he acts, the Emperor is the God Emperor ideal has already been shattered. I mean, there is attempts on the Emperor. Okay, they're not very well structured, not very well thought out.
Well, I do sometimes
But
wonder if that's because, rather like the good attempts which would have happened on Yonai, they get defeated early, and the people actually go to jail, which is highly unusual in Japan, for you to actually go to jail for it. If the actually decent attempts on the Emperor died.
I don't know. But attempts on the Emperor have always happened throughout Japanese history. You know. Everyone has this ideal that the Japanese are this very, very structured and ordered society. But what I think is happening in Japan in the 1920s is the radicalization of that middle tier of officers, both Navy and Army. And by the late 1930s, they're in positions of power. So they have the radical ideas of the League of Blood and the Imperial Way. Now they're now in control of that upper tier of power. You know, they're holding positions in prefectures. They're holding positions out in China. Yonai wants to pull back from China, but he's stopped. So even the person who seems to have all the power can't do that simple thing of saying to the army, pull back.
No.
Because they won't.
Yes, but in other things, he asks them to do things, and they do it.
Yeah, there's at one point there's a small rebellion going on in the Seisbo district, and basically he says stop. and the Army and Navy personnel who are involved stop.
Oh God.
You know, there's this great story about Yamato surviving because he's in a very nice. It's not a tea room; it's the other one, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
He's in the Willow world. Just think of
Yeah.
it in that terms.
The reason he survives is he's in the property which Yonai is in, and it's Yonai's chauffeur who's outside who tells them to go away. And Yonai's chauffeur literally just tells everyone to go away. And the thing is, there's no guards, there's no armed soldiers, there's no one there, there's just that chauffeur. And the chauffeur telling those rebelling people to go, they go.
Good God.
And then Yonai walks home afterwards. Through the streets. On his own. Completely safe. There's rebelling going on, there's all sorts of problems going on. He's fine.
It does make you wonder.
Oh, really?
That's what it's like. Every time I start reading about him, I keep hearing Gangster's Paradise, that song going on and looping around my head. You know, this is what he is, this sort of, to me, he's almost this gangster figure in the Navy in Japan. I might be alone, but do any of you really want to try it? No? Then don't even think about it.
No. Couldn't have the support of the Yakuza, could he?
Oh, he could. Well, let's be honest. The man did have enough of affection with all the other sections of Japanese society, and there is something you and I haven't considered about is that maybe he is skilled enough with samurai skills, i.e., the traditional skills, that the reason they don't want to take him on is he will challenge them and win.
Ah, I see.
They wouldn't make sense. I know what you're saying, but it just doesn't make sense. Because if he was skilled in that way, he would have been given a Hanshi or Rishi status.
But he always likes to have one hand doing one thing and one hand doing the other thing. And if he had that status, that would immediately disprove his hand, which is always his,
Yeah,
I'm a lazy guy.
It's not his status, that's the thing.
Hmm.
When you are graded in traditional Japanese martial arts, that doesn't mean... Because he's taken all the honours, all the class honours. He would have had to have taken it.
Okay.
It would have been dishonourable not to. I mean, I'm fortunate to be rated Sandan in Kudo. And I use that word correctly. I mean, everyone goes, you know, people like Dr. Clarke say, I'm very good. No, I'm adequate at my level. That's not me being humble, that's me being a realist. That's how I get better. By understanding that I am not at the level I can be, I'm only at the level I am. The traditional thing in Kudo is 1 hour, 1 life. Every time you shoot with all of your passion and all of your ability. Because that is your one life. There's nothing before it, there's nothing after it. There's only that moment.
Dave Harrison, that rebellion, would that be the one where he was in the Willow World and didn't find out until the following morning when he was got back to base? Theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
And then put it to where, then stopped it. Yonai, Sutega's competitor for Mr. Navy. Yes, Rommel. Yeah, that's the Yonai we're talking about. The one who the Emperor interfered with and selected over Sutega for the Minister of Navy. So basically, the Emperor put him into the cabinet, and then the Emperor pretty much made him Prime Minister.
But he doesn't. He himself says he does not represent the Navy. He represents Japan.
Mm-hmm.
He is Nippon. And he uses the word Nippon for Japan.
He is described as being greedy for not greedy for himself, but greedy for Japan.
Which is definitely one way of doing it.
Mm.
But the biography I want to get my hands on. I did a little bit of thing and I managed to get some of it. They're basically saying that he put in place all the building blocks for modern Japan. And that's the sort of person. He's not a person. And even if he survived, he would not have said, "I rebuilt Japan. I just happened to be there at the beginning."
He's, you know that saying which is, countries go great when old men plant trees. They will plant trees they will never see the shade of. He is the ultimate expression of that. In so many ways, it seems from what I've been tracking of him. He really does. He doesn't consider it short term for himself. He's always thinking about the next people. And yeah. Ramal, the whole Yonai story goes even deeper than that. He does the whole thing about that lunch, which is not actually just it's actually later than that. It's just before, after the sort of defeat of Japan. It's during the opening stages of the occupation, and it involves him presenting a pen and an inkstone to Yonai and making a speech about it, making a sort of little speech to him about it. But also, the Emperor's wife is there and is described to be in tears, and his mother-in-law is in another room. His mother-in-law. Why do I always say his mother-in-law for some reason? His mother, the Emperor's mother, is in another room, also in tears at Yonai not being part of their regular life anymore. It seems. And it's that's a big thing, and I found out now. I'm now up to about 3 or 4 sources which all say the same things on that, and so they either all got them from the same source, but they are sufficiently separate and sufficiently written by people who are actually Japanese that I trust them, rather than written by mostly American or British authors in the 1960s, which honestly is some very interesting history, some of those histories.
Makes sense. Mostly.
No, it doesn't. But it's,
although with Yonai, there's this whole thing where makes sense mostly is kind of like, yeah, some of this stuff makes sense, some of it no clue what's going on, but some of it makes sense.
Well, that is Dave Harris has just put in the idea of, regards to reputation, respect, and honours, could it be his traditional family skill, whereas spies, spy masters, rather than the traditional warrior skills? Oh, Rommel, Yonai was called, and I'm going to let Leslie explain what happens with Yonai at the War Crimes Tribunal.
I'll do the whole War Crimes Tribunal. Hello, Mr. Yonai. Hello. We've got some charges against you. Okay, sir. What would you think? I offer no plea. We find everything not proven. Thank you. And could you come back in 10 minutes? We need your help.
Yes.
I think that's about it.
That's the war crimes trial for Yonai. Mitsumasa Yonai has the first and fastest trial of the lot. It also seems as if it's the only one the Soviet judge might not have been at, and the Soviets don't object to that.
which is quite funny, because usually the Soviets object to literally everything under the sun,
Yes.
because that's what the Soviets do.
You breathe. No, we put an objection in.
Very valuable. But yeah, could you have had links with Yazuka?
He was in Russia for quite a long time. He was
Makes sense.
He was the Russian ambassador for a while. He
Wow.
was definitely Russian naval attaché. He spoke Russian fluently, and he liked listening to. He liked reading Russian authors.
So he has great connections with both the British and the Russians.
And this is at a time when Russia is considered the evil empire.
Yep, because it's the whole, communism in the Soviet Union.
Okay, I don't think onion field is enough. I think it's an onion farm. I think there are multiple fields of onions going on here. I'm just going to quickly clear... While we're trying to figure out Yana, I'm just going to quickly answer some questions from the Q&A. If the Lion-class battleships have been built and completed, how long would they have served till, and what modernizations would they have got through during the Cold War? Fleet, what do you think?
Just read that question again. You went a little bit fast for me.
If the Lion-class battleships have been built and completed, how long would they have served till and what modernizations would they have got through the Cold War?
Alrighty then!
They'd have probably been completed post World War II, if they'd been completed.
Yeah.
In which case, they might have served as long as Vanguard, but they might have served longer, because it's going to depend on what the Soviets do in response to the British and Americans having all these new battleships in service.
It depends. It very much depends. If the RN has 3 capital ships that are at least similar in machinery, aka Vanguard and the 2 Lions, because they will have fairly similar machinery plants, they'll have fairly similar secondary batteries, fairly similar electronics fit. Main guns, that's not too much of a problem, because there's an awful lot of 15-inch 42 spares lying around for Vanguard, and there'll be a new batch of 16-inch barrels done for the 2 Lions, so that won't be a problem either. So you're looking at, that gives the RN that lovely trio that is perfect for the Cold War period. You can have 1 big gun capital ship in commission, 1 in ordinary, and 1 in ordinary being refitted to take the place of the 1 currently in commission. And that gives this lovely, nice economy of scale that the RN can go, right, rotate, 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 and as we bang on through at least into the 60s, you'll have this paradigm. Then when we get to the 60s, you'll have the RN going, right, okay, we've really got to start trimming the fleet down now. What are we losing? And I think I'm sorry to say, Vanguard's going to go first.
Yeah.
She's the odd one out in terms of gun caliber. The other 2 ships are 2 ships of the same class. If any of them are going to go, it's going to be Vanguard first. Then you've got to look into the future. Well, what happens then? You'll probably have for the rest of the 60s, you'll have the 2 Lions going through the same thing, one in refit/reserve, 1 in service. But then unfortunately you'll come to the 70s and you'll probably see them being given the Tiger treatment. You'll probably see them both go into reserve for a decade. Although they'll probably be kept around in reserve, they won't be scrapped. And then there'll be this wonderful thing where a certain Argentinian junta will decide that they're going to have a crack at seizing the Falklands. And because there's 2 Lions in reserve, there's a fairly reasonable chance that one of them will probably come back into service.
In which case, Michael Clarke gets a flagship, which he's very happy with as Amphibious Stars Group commander.
Oh, absolutely, and of course he's got the you probably look. It depends. It depends what state they've been kept in reserve. Thing is, with the 2 Tigers, the 2 Tigers by the 70s,
they're having hull steel issues.
Yeah,
they were having hull issues, whereas the Lions wouldn't have that because they're thicker metal.
And you've also got the fact that what role do the Tigers play in a RN squadron post-70s? There's not really... They're these weird ships that don't really fit into any real role the RN needs. They're not really cruisers, they're not really helicopter carriers, they're not really...
And also, there's an advantage with the battleships because you can say that's one of the role. You know, you're getting rid of the carriers. You can say that the battle you don't need them for combat fire support for amphibious operations, etc. for Norway because you've got the battleships.
Yeah,
so there might actually be funding kicked the battleships' way.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. With the Tigers, the reason they deteriorate so badly across the 70s when they're in reserve is because the RN's like, we're keeping them in reserve for the keeping them in reserve. They don't really have a role if reactivated. So it doesn't matter if they degrade quite heavily when they're in the reserve fleet. There's always going to be a role in wartime for a pair of fast capital ships. Whether it's as shore bombardment assets or surface action group leaders. Depends how refitted the Lions are, but seeing as I'm being reasonable here and this isn't the Red Fleet timeline, it's highly likely they're going to have not that many refits throughout their careers. You're perhaps looking at a very light missile refit where they strip out some of the Bofors mounts and slap in those missile mounts that can be fitted into those tubs. But you're probably still looking at some Bofors being retained. You're looking at the full 5.25-inch basher being retained. You're looking at not too much in the way of electronics upgrades in terms of radar and other things, basically because of, the shock of the big 16-inch guns going off. Again, you're also not looking at anything silly like the rear turrets being removed for helicopter pads, because, again, that's very expensive, and it's probably not going to be worth it as far as the RN's concerned. They've got Victorious for that when they would be considering doing that, and by the time that they might consider doing that, they're looking at bringing the Invincibles in to operate Harriers and helicopters anyway. So again, what's the point? Why use the excess cost? So
The problem
Leslie?
the problem I have with this is battleships are an awful lot of personnel.
Oh no, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And one of the things in the middle of the 70s was there was a recruitment issue in the Royal Navy. So I'm thinking in those terms, would the RN get rid of them just to make life easier for them to maintain the rest of their other ship?
I think they'd both be in reserve. I think that by the 70s they'd both be in reserve status. But I think also that sort of benefits them because, in a way, it's gonna sound strange, but it's easier to crew a single battleship than it is a squadron of cruisers. Because if you think about the number of... You might be talking about, let's say, across 3 cruisers, you need roughly the same number of people as a battleship. But you think about the number of experienced, skilled people you need versus people who are just sailors who can be told what they need to do while they're doing it. Yes, they need some training, some experience. You're actually... The big problem for the Royal Navy in the 70s was a shortage of the skilled chiefs, etc. Also, there's the fact that a battleship posting as for a reservist, if you're part of the reserve crew of, let's say, HMS Lion or HMS Temeraire, the 2 battleships probably reserved, it's probably going to be quite a prestigious thing, and you're going to probably want to keep it. And there's a bit of a cachet with being on that. There wasn't. If you consider the ships in reserve and experience, let's be honest. Think about the lovely Tigers. There was no cachet with being attached to them on the reserve status. There was none at all. At that point, there just wasn't.
Lion and Temeraire, however, that's an entirely different kettle of fish.
It's a case of, I think you'd probably have it... I don't think it would arrive necessarily with Fearless, but I think it might catch up with Intrepid. It would take that long to get going. So it wouldn't be in the first group to arrive at Ascension, but it would be in the 3rd group to arrive at Ascension, roughly, and just before they left.
Basically, that's the whole premise.
And
in terms of the Lions, although unfortunately I'm going to have to say that despite, their service during the Falklands War, I'm really struggling to see them
being repeated?
No, not even being repeated, serving past that point in any real capacity, even into the reserves.
I think the main thing you'd have is past that point is the British would have to, the British government might insist on, as a thing of, we're getting rid of the battleships, so we're not replacing them, but we are going to put this new big gun on our new generation of destroyers and frigates. So the Type 23s would suddenly have a far bigger gun than a 4.5-inch one.
Maybe it's possible. Although there's also a possibility that they may that one of them may be preserved.
Yeah.
Although it's hard to say whether they will be or not. You know, spindthrift British government being what it is.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Any more of these questions we can quickly answer? Well, for question 147 and 9681, would it have been correct that the French could have been wound down in a more controlled manner? They probably could have been, but the Dutch have tried to approach it, so the French are a bit weird. Their governments oscillate between being interested in it and not interested in it. So that's it. Question 4472. What is the earliest that transatlantic voyage is possible? Well, the Vikings definitely are doing it. I'm not sure if the Romans could have done it, but they certainly had some interesting maps. Leslie?
The Celts possibly.
Possibly the Celts.
Because you've got the Tale of the Tuatha Danann coming in from the sea. Is that someone from the other side coming back?
Yeah. It's an interesting. It's a difficult point to really judge because at a certain point, some of the histories have become closer to mythology in the way they're told. Because the good thing about oral history is it passes it on. The bad thing is it's passed on by raconteurs, by storytellers, and storytellers tend to embellish far more than historians. But they do mean that history is carried on.
I mean, you also have the problem of the send 3 and 4pence we're going to a dance.
Basically.
The World War I famous signal from the front lines. Most frightening thing is, they did send the 3 and 4pence.
Mm-hmm.
And not the reinforcements that were requested.
And then you got question 146. Would it be accurate to say the British Empire lasted long enough the British no longer wanted it? Oh, the British no longer wanted it long before that point. Con Cameron, if the land that was supposed to have been handed over in the treaty that ended the War of 1812, how do you think that this would have affected Canadians and US navies going forward? If the land that was supposed to have been handed over in the treaty that ended the War of 1812, how do you think hadn't been? Sorry, Colin, I can't see the question in that because I'm not sure what you want me to do with the land. Knight 64841, question 145. Would it be accurate that by the start of the 20th century the British were at the beginning of empire fatigue? Yes. Question 144. So can the catastrophic rise of Hood and Denmark Strait really be considered the beginning of the end for the British Empire, or is it that a post-war viewpoint? Very much a post-war viewpoint, I would say. But what about my colleagues on the chat? What do you think?
When it comes to the fall of empire, it's a very difficult thing to actually judge for obvious and valid reasons. It's fairly hard to say exactly what the bloody hell! I can't speak today. I can't speak.
Well, we've always made it to the next Yonite question in the chat. Leslie's now trying to run. I'd say it's a post-war viewpoint because you have to remember one of the things that's very attractive for historians is dating things and being able to accurately date stuff. And one of the things that annoys people is when I'm talking about, the British sort of deciding to start Commonwealth things, I go 1880s, 1890s. I pick decades rather than dates. And most of my colleagues hate that about me, and they go, why are you saying that? I think because it starts out as rumblings and basic discussions and random people having the idea and talking things through. And then it becomes a cogent idea by the end of the decade. So really, at what point do you date it from? If you date it from when it's a cogent idea, then you're missing out on all the stuff beforehand. But you can't date it from the stuff in 1880 because it's really not an idea at that point. It's just musings. So it's better to give it a decade. But that's not good for books. And then the question is from New York 442. So was Yonai the shadow behind the throne or the shadow of the throne?
Okay, in my crappy opinion, he was someone who was being taught to be the power behind, or an advisor behind the curtain, using the Japanese terminology, who was required to become in front, but never lost the power behind the curtain. So all the time when he's up front being someone, he is still wielding influence behind the curtain. I think that's the only way I can describe it. He's someone who is put forward as a figurehead, but everyone knows he's not really in front. He's still behind.
It's almost like it's a case of, yes, I'm now so here behind the curtain. I'm right in front of you now.
Yeah.
It's sort of that sort of.
It doesn't matter. The curtain is no longer required to hide who I really am, because I am going to play this role today.
Hmm.
And I don't understand it. It just totally goes against the 15th and 16th century samurai world that I am more au fait with.
I wonder if it's a needs must thing. It's the situation had got bad enough. That's what it had to do.
We've said it before. It was a Hail Mary pass to put him out front.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with a Hail Mary pass, it's normally too late.
Yeah.
And from what I can discover, his cabinet was doing great. He started to wind down some of the tension with the Americans. He started to put feelers out to the American government through an American preacher who happened to be Christian, and it was one of Yonai's advisors who went to it. But I can't find the name of the advisor.
Hang on. Wasn't the guy who was his also...
successor was Christian?
Yes.
But someone takes a personal letter to him and takes it to a church where he takes part in the service. Yeah, I know. Again,
this is the only man I know in Japan at the time who can walk between the Buddhist fundamentalists, the Shinto fundamentalists, and also the Christians, and none of them kill him for that. None of them. Michael Phillips just said, I was wondering if Yonai's the reincarnation of Tokugawa. There is
no, if he didn't use the power of the shogunate.
He didn't use the power of the shogunate, but I'm starting to wonder if he was the shadow shogun or something like that. Which we had discussed the points of going, how the frigate does he do these things? I know. Well, Leslie's had to go sort things out. How plausible from 1981 are the ideas of the AA cruiser conversions of the Furatake, Taiko, Magami, and Ibuki hulls using the 127mm 50 Type 3 turrets? What do you think, Philippe?
It's definitely an interesting set of decisions, I'll tell you that much. But it's kind of hard to really judge.
It's going to depend on It's going to depend on quality control, and it's also going to depend on how quickly they can get them into service.
Yeah, basically.
That's it, basically. They could have been useful, but actually getting them into service again is going to be the big thing. You can't have them out of service for a long time. Runon, in the absence of treaties, did the USN keep the turbo-electric drive system for the fast battleships? Yes.
No.
Why say no?
Well, basically because by the time... the they keep it up until about basically until it becomes abundantly clear that geared turbines are just more power dense and weight efficient.
Potentially, but in the treaties they can keep developing them, and you have to remember the advantages of that in hull design versus the thing called the Panama Canal restriction.
That's true.
I think, and also, let's be honest, in how you can protect those engines, because you can design it as discrete units of boilers and turbine powering boilers, turbine powering generator in one discrete unit, and then have another one, and it's very survivable for the hull. It's incredibly survivable.
That's true. That's true. That's very true.
And you can fully insulate those from. It's going to sound strange. You can have far more protection between your engine room and the bottom of your hull.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Go on. Okay, Knight 6831, question 142. How ridiculous is the idea of mating a 1939 South Dakota hull with the hourglass main battle guns and turrets and British 5.25 net dual-purpose guns? It's not completely ridiculous, but it's not going to exactly be easy. All good, Leslie? All okay? All okay.
Yeah, sorry. My mum just wanted a drink, so I just got it sorted it for her.
Don't worry. I've been let off this evening because I did all of last night in the hospital. So my sister is having to make up for that this evening because she didn't go because she was let's put it this way, it happened in front of her and it kind of upset her. So it was me who took hospital and did all that, and then Mum basically turned around and said, yes, tonight, as Alex missed Bruships, he has to go and apologise to everyone and do Bruships, and do it properly, and do it special. Okay, Mum, and you will be making sure I'm okay. Yeah. That's fun.
Right, where were we? What?
We're up to... We just answered the electric drive system, and I'd gone through question 142. I was at question 141. Why did the British go for an enclosed shield, the 76mm used on HMS Victorious? Honestly, because they thought it was better at the time. Not your business. I think again about Yonai that's incredibly interesting. There is about multiple chats now going on about Yonai. Vision has also put in that fact, which I put, is that Yonai was on the cover of Time magazine twice. Which suggests, apparently, could have has connections with them. Yonai is. He goes to New Zealand with his ship, and he goes on a tour of the orphanages and local schools. And an orphanage which was suffering from funds has money dropped off by the embassy. Is one of the stories that's told about him.
Yeah, and the thing is, keep remembering, Yonai's family doesn't have money.
No. Yonai doesn't have money. This is the point. They're in debt. Their father managed to get him in so much debt, he disappears or dies?
I think he dies, but he is written out of the family history. But his debt is still kept. So, because if he disappears, the debt would have gone with him.
Mm-hmm. At night,
makes sense.
You don't need to get rabies vaccines in the UK. The dogs are. We don't have rabies in the UK as a rule, and yeah, it's one of the reasons why it's so tight control on dogs coming in and out of the UK.
Basically.
Mm-hmm. And
because we clamped down on that.
And the other thing is, due to apparently drugs Mum's had earlier in her life, she's allergic to tetanus. So she can't have tetanus. I'm not sure what drugs she's had earlier in life, but she can't have tetanus because of it.
Well, you know.
Nightingale front. How unrealistic is Jutland, where the Royal Navy loses 21 dreadnoughts, 6 battleships, 6 armoured cruisers, i.e. the entire fleet, and Germany loses pretty much their entire fleet? So basically, both fleets managed to mutually annihilate each other. If that happened, I would be very, very... I'd be basically someone has rolled a lot of sixes for banking on that, and the Royal Navy still has more 15-inch gun battleships left in service than the are left for the entire Germany and the dreadnoughts.
Basically.
Question 140. Follow-up to question for 139. Wouldn't losses as described in question 139 prompt new construction and kill off any chance UK accepting a capital ship building holiday at the treaty? Yes. Nice to go through one. At 138, at what time frame would the Val dive bombers and Kate torpedo bombers have been relegated to second line duties? Probably about 1944-45. That seems to be when their successors were about to come into service. Harkness, suppose that the Imperial German Navy declines to do the British assault and do not scuttle high seas fleet units interned. Who ends up benefiting the most? The French, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, the French absolutely benefit.
They can basically get their whole new fleet. Seneca Nero, what are some other instances of navies getting Copenhagened? The Royal Navy tried a lot, but honestly, it's very rarely as successful as it was on the Danish. I'm sorry, Denmark. I'm sorry. But Copenhagening a fleet is... I think the Russians might have done it on the Swedes at one point, because I seem to remember their cavalry capturing a Swedish fleet. And... again, from 9681, so was the IJN's carrier doctrine of hitting the enemy carriers before they hit you fatally flawed? No, it's pretty much the similar it's a very similar doctrine to the American doctrine. There's some interesting parts in there. There's these moving around somewhere. So for the USN, how much of a problem could the Mitsubishi A7M SAM and HE B7A grace have presented themselves? Well, they'd have just been met by the USN's equivalent at the time, so it wouldn't mean any more of a problem or any less of a problem, really. It would just been a problem. We're over an hour sort of talking about Yonai. Is it possible for a dedicated video about him in the future, like the 4-hour-long video Doctor made about Gunford Lutyens? Yes, there is a possibility in the future, but I have to get far more sources from him. But there is already a video about him on my channel, which is from the Axis Chiefs of Staff Navy series, where I did our bonus videos on Yonai and Holzendorf because I felt they didn't have enough covering on them, and I would say that's a good starting place for him. It's definitely not a finish point, as I've learned a lot more since I did that video. I'm not sure if the Grace was tended to go quite that far, but it was certainly tended to be an improvement and as set up. And Judy and Jill over to Val and Kate. If they're the aircraft I'm thinking of, they were a qualitative, but not a... they were a qualitative improvement, but not necessarily a significant leap, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Does that make sense for Fleet?
It does.
Let's go. Okay, so...
Sorry about that, just moving around.
Nice
I occasionally know things.
Yeah.
Only occasionally, mind you, but I occasionally know things.
Well, the question from 139 is apparently 3/4 of type at Jutland cross lost by both sides. Yeah, at that point, the British are building a lot more ships a lot quickly, and the Germans are really, really worried.
Crying into their hands. They're crying into their hands because they have fuck all they can do to remedy that situation.
They have lost critical. They have no way of remedying that, whereas the British can remedy that.
The British are like, we lost a lot of stuff, but you know, we won.
Yeah.
Yay! The German fleet is non-existent.
Dan Green, rabies isn't bats in the UK. Not, yeah.
Very few.
Yeah. Drakenred, I've heard him referred to as the Emperor's Ninja for Yonai. Drakenred, I'd love to hear where you heard that referred to, because frankly, that would just probably cause me and Leslie even more worry when it came to trying to research him.
No, if he's not from a ninja family,
No.
He's from a samurai family. Now, Okay, the derogation of the word ninja is shinobi jitsu.
Mhm.
It means shadow warrior. So, if we take the connotation that he's the Emperor's shadow, as in someone who works in the shadows, then it makes perfect sense. It doesn't change anything we've been talking about. In fact, it more than likely confirms what we've been talking about. That makes sense.
Yeah.
This is the thing, I can't make sense of him. He doesn't. I understand enough about the Japanese culture to understand I don't understand it. And Yonai is definitely one of those people who is not conforming to Japanese culture.
Which doesn't really make much sense, does it?
It does and it doesn't, because one of the problems you have with Japanese society is that the quote that's used in Shogun is a really good one. Everyone has three faces. The face they show the world, the face they show their friends, and their real face. Yonai is almost the embodiment of those statements. Except with him, he has different faces, different worlds.
I found that picture we talked about the other night. I'll see if I can track it down. But the picture he had, we showed of him. We were just talking about him on the Discord channel, and this was of him going to a dinner with his former school teacher and an army general who was actually opposed him on several things, but was also there. The general turns up in uniform. Yonai doesn't.
Yonai turns up in formal Japanese kimono.
Mm-hmm.
And he's inside and he's still wearing his outer kimono.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
So you can't see his family crest.
Ah, that's interesting.
And his my frustration with is I know I should be able to find that, but I have a frustration in that I can't. And it's down to my skill. I'm not adequate enough. It's like most of these things in Japanese culture, you sometimes have to learn one thing and then learn another, then learn another. But his mon is not mentioned anywhere. And for someone who is technically meant to be the father of modern Japan, you'd have thought his mon would have been used.
Strange that. Very, very strange, actually.
You can say that again. In
That
fact,
is just me, Pete. Because everything I do with this guy seems to just add to that.
I put the picture up on the screen. So Yonai is now next to Leslie, and the general, who I will check the name of so I can make sure I pronounce it correctly, because I have a habit of sometimes getting the general's names wrong. There are a lot of them. And I am, as we all know, helpfully in the UK, the schooling system basically decided that due to my dyslexia, I didn't. Me doing foreign languages wasn't a good idea because I might swore their grades average. This is June the 3rd, 1939. Minister of War, the army minister, Saishiro Itagi, was far left. So this is Saishiro Itagi. And then it goes Professor Emeritus of Imperial University Tashina Akitate, far left. Koshi Tomita, and then the far at the right, that is Yonai, the Minister of the Minister of the Navy. And yes, basically the teacher from because the teacher from high school's retiring, all his old students are taking him out. And again, as I understand it, Yonai was the one who paid for Yonai was the one who organised the paying for the dinner. Made sure it was all paid for. Including, especially for covering for the this was especially important because some of the students who came along would not have been able to afford to go to the restaurant where it was held, and they were told it would be fine and everything was sorted. And basically, the honour of their company was requested. And again,
that's very Japanese.
This man is poor! I cannot emphasize this again. This man is never well off. I do not know where he gets this money from. And there's things escape. He'll going, oh, maybe the general paid for it. As the general complains at one point, apparently, he didn't get to pay for it.
It does make you wonder, doesn't it?
Which bit, Fleet?
All of it! All of it!
Did I know that YouTube is putting mid-roll adverts in my stream? I didn't know, because I haven't got that thing up, so I can't make sure. So, if you do see an advert, please do tell me. I have tried to tell it not to. It's not supposed to be doing adverts.
Just because it ain't supposed to be doesn't mean it won't, because YouTube!
We know best.
It's supposed to be on manual insert only. So I'm sorry if any have been happening. But... oh. Dan Freeman. If Yonai was an American or Italian, he would be a made man, wouldn't he?
No, because he has no... he doesn't want money.
No. And as Dirt Scores put, Yonai not displaying his family crest, not working for his own advancement, makes him much less threatening in a political situation until people realise too late how powerful he is. Well, you can't argue.
No, I think they're already scared of him.
Yeah,
I think they're already scared of him.
Yeah.
Someone who has an Imperial Guard as a chauffeur at worrying times is someone who has power. But he's also a person who doesn't use power for his own ends. He uses power for Japan, not for himself or his family. I mean, his daughter marries an industrialist, a merchant class. If he had the power to have arranged a power marriage into one of the larger samurai clans, possibly even into the Minamoto clan. He had that much power and influence, he probably could have done it. But he allows his daughter, and it seems to have been married for love. Which makes me wonder, was he forced into his marriage?
They have quite a few kids for a forced marriage.
Got to keep up appearances. He spends an awful lot of time in the Willow World as well, which is normally one of the signs of a forced marriage. But then his patron of geishas, he isn't a patron of geishas. He just visits geishas. Which is in keeping of someone who doesn't have money or power. Told it, he has lots of power.
And the geishas he visits are not the cheap ones.
Oh no.
What's the quote you gave? You talk about the 100 bushels of rice? Or
It's 100 blocks of rice. A typical Hatamoto samurai would be given 25 a year.
Yeah.
Good lord.
She's 108.
Good lord.
That is, I mean, I've heard about batting out of your crease, but that's batting in a different province.
Let me put it this way. That is someone who is, in income terms, your average naval officer. Okay, he's entirely dependent on his pay, but he never actually uses his pay. He sends it all home, and doesn't ever have any money. Doing something which you'd associate more with, I don't know, the Alan Sugars of this world, the people who are very, very, very rich, it could afford to do something like that.
Like I said, Dr. Clarke thinks I'm better than I am. I'm just learning.
No, that's why I like talking this through with you, because this has always been, in my opinion, PhDs and all these things, they are not the end of learning. They are skills of learning. The moment you stop learning is the moment you should stop teaching. The moment you stop wanting to learn more is the moment you should stop trying to pass on information. And to me, this is all about trying to find out more about Yonai. And the thing is, if I was having this conversation with some of my colleagues from some of the universities I work at, they'd immediately go, well, no, of course he's not important because he's not this person. He's not those. His prime ministership only lasts so long. And I go, but that's not the way Japan works. And the trouble is, you have to understand what Japan works. And there are a few colleagues who do and have really specialised in Japan, and one of those I might actually get on and try and get on the channel to have a chat with Leslie and me about this, because I think if I could get Alessio Padalano to come along and talk about it, it would be really interesting, because Alessio would probably sit here after a few minutes talking with us and be going and wanting to write a whole new book. He's also, by the way, Alessio Padalano, by the way, if anyone wants to have a real proof of something value, he's the person who once turned around and told me, said, if you need to be very quick, just remember the people who write the warship details on Japanese warships on Wikipedia are usually so obsessed with accuracy that 9 times out of 10, when I found a difference between them and the academic reference book I'm using, the academic reference book has turned out to be wrong.
Ah.
And he told me,
interesting.
Probably shouldn't repeat that publicly. But yeah, he's very, very, he's very good. Now, Seneca Nero said that Yonai is a multi-dimensional onion farm.
Seems to be getting that way, doesn't it?
He is.
There is going to be a key that will open the door.
Yeah.
But we don't have access to the. We don't have access to the door, let alone the key.
And the funny thing I found is the comments about the Yamato Musashi and that class, which are basically along the lines of, if Yonai hadn't agreed with their construction, they might not have happened. His was the most important agreement to get. And yet at that time, he wasn't Prime Minister, he was Minister of the Navy, which is not necessarily the most senior admiral in the Navy.
When he was wearing civilian dress, he wasn't considering himself a member of the Navy. He calls himself an independent politician. He's Minister of the Navy, but he almost parks his commission. I don't know if an admiral can actually do what he does.
Yeah.
But he does it.
With the assistance of Togo Hayachiro, no less. Who basically makes it happen for him.
As in Togo, as in that Togo?
Yes! Who also, we found, has introduced Yonai to naval officers, British naval officers earlier in his career. And we're talking admirals and senior Royal Navy captains.
Good God.
And
to a commander of the Imperial Japanese Navy.
Dave Harrison, sorry, please get that repeated. 100 koku per night. Yes, that was, I think, yeah.
100 koku per visit.
Per visit.
Because a visit will not necessarily be one day or one evening. it's a bit difficult to explain the payment for that level of geisha. I mean, normally it's your senior people, people at emperor level or prince level.
Mm.
And as Verdanus repeated, this was a point we were discussing the other night. Yonai gives away all his bonuses. When his bonus as a cabinet minister bonus gets given away to his staff in the cabinet, when he's prime minister, he's giving away the money he's supposed to be getting. He doesn't take the money.
He has just finished paying off his debt by the time he's prime minister.
Yeah. But he still
But then
doesn't...
But then his wife dies.
Yeah.
And he then starts arranging for young girls to be moved from orphanages
the
high-ranking Japanese samurai family.
And this is going to sound strange to me. That doesn't sound to me like a loveless marriage, because he seems to be really affected to an extent by her death, and he does organise things for her, and
It could have been okay. My Japanese sensei, when I first started doing martial arts in the 70s, his was an arranged marriage. But he loved his wife more than life. And when he died, his wife wrote to me, apologizing for not getting me notification. And I said, no, sorry, it's all right. We weren't in contact. It's not your fault. But there was a love between the two that grew. Because probably when the marriage is arranged, you might not understand why they're arranged, but sometimes they're arranged for all the right reasons.
By the way, just to add on to the geisha thing earlier as well, Dave Harrison has just commented, please say thanks to Leslie, but 100 koku per visit is really top draw. That's enough to feed 100 people for a year. Because a block of rice is a year's supply of rice for a person, isn't it? So... this is the point we're making. These things do not add up.
Right. Dave, just to sort of put it in context. When you got her, you got the whole of her household. So you're not just paying for her, you're paying for her house.
And that's, of course, the house he sticks Yamato and all his people in when...
Yes, when there's a possible issue.
Well,
I don't think that would be the only time. Although that's the stated rate, that may not be the rate that's actually paid. Because the Willow World is its own world. You negotiate. If you are ever in the position that you can go to a Mako or geisha, I mean, Mako, you'd be very honoured. Geisha, yeah, I'd be crawling, even at the thought. But normally the first visit is paid for by your hotel, because they introduce you into that world. Now, I'm not saying that the hotel would pay full price. They'd probably have an agreement. This is the thing. The Willow World is a world that we in the West do not understand.
No, we've lost that part of society.
I have had a meal with a Mako. It is not. It was one of the most sexual things I've ever had with my clothes on.
That's one way to put it, I suppose.
It was sensual. I merely had to move, and someone was looking after my need.
On there.
But I didn't feel smothered.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Makos and the madams are trained to understand body language to a level which is to be admired.
I would like to add this point to Dirt Squad. He goes there often enough that she's considered his mistress, so that will be a lot of favours owed.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, some consider her to be his mistress. But there is other discussions which me and Leslie have had about her maybe being his chief informant, but we'll leave that to one side.
Again, this is part of the whole thing. There is the side of them that is fairly well known, but there's also the side of them where they are and always have been brokers of information.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing.
And that's quite a discussion. There's one here of from Cameron. Could Yone have been the Japanese Fitzroy?
I mean, it depends.
I don't think
we
so.
came up with the idea of him being a confessor,
mm-hmm.
and I quite like that still. I know it's not a Japanese terminology, but it's the nearest my Western brain can think of it. Someone who the Emperor can go to and say, I'm about to say this.
Is this stupid or not? I'm about to do this. And it's basically, it's someone has to be trusted to such an extent that they are trusted enough to be able to tell the Emperor no. Or, that's being stupid. And if you think about that's the person you trust that much. You know, having a friend you trust implicitly to tell you you're being stupid. And you think about it, the more powerful you are as an individual, the more rare it is to find someone who's of strong enough character to not always just go along with you. You know, there's that great joke about having one best friend walks into another's room as a sort of meme and goes, I can't tell you what's going to happen. I can't tell you why it's going to happen. We've got to go somewhere, hurt some people. And their response is, your car or mine. Well, there's the best friend who's got a friend who goes, okay, before we get to all that, let's start from the top and you better explain it now. Because I'll never admit that it's been explained to me. And you know that and I know that. But you're going to explain it now. We're going to work this through before you do something really stupid. And that's what a confessor is.
Basically.
I mean, I don't know what other people think to that.
So, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Just to go back, to bring it back to things regarding... Actually, tell you what, before I jump in and create another tangent and ramble off, I'm funny, on a certain... bit of discussion. Are there any questions from the chat we need to get through before we go rambling off on a certain
there's a couple quickly. Black Maximus, if the KF3, upon cancellation of free admirals, a fast battleship design is chosen to reuse their materials, a K3 with F3 layout. 4 laid down 1919. Impact? If they're laid down early enough and completed early enough before the treaties and not paused, then the treaty's going to have a new framing capital ship, and that's going to impact the world. Would you agree? If they're completed early enough, otherwise they're paused by the treaty.
Yeah, if they're completed before the treaty, the USN is basically going to demand the ability to complete some of the Lexingtons, the Japanese... And bear in mind, this isn't down to the fact that it's down to speed. Yeah. It's down to speed because the RN has been given a decisive advantage in speed.
Yeah. And then question 133 from Knight681. Wouldn't it be right to think that the A6M 0, D4Y Judy, B6N Jill would have been mostly IJN carrier air wings for the carriers that couldn't take the A7 Sam and B7A Grace? Potentially, yes, it's going to be the... Let's be honest, they're having enough trouble, their smaller carriers, as it is by 1941, let alone at 1944. They'd have been having a nightmare.
Not enough pilots, but
Brandon Larson, if you want, that is a whole video in of itself. What is the best naval dive bomber during World War II and why? I will say, please watch out. I'll do a video about that later in the year anyway.
That
so
depends.
That's going to be a whole argument. But
Yeah,
it starts off with in 1939. It's probably the
And it's also down to
believe it or not.
There's also down to preference.
Yeah.
As in, because what makes a good, if I can actually use my brain, dive bomber varies depending on who you ask.
And I said, question: how much use did the IJN get out of the 2 Italian Marcello class, the 1 German Type 9C, 1 Type 9C-40, 3 Type 9D, and 1 Type 10 U-boat submarines? They got a bit, but honestly, by the point they have them, they are having trouble using their own submarine fleet because of fuel issues and getting the fuel to where they need it to be. Runon, are the gate logs for MacArthur stored in DC if they're available? I think so. I think that's where the gate logs are for MacArthur. At least I think that's where a copy is. Nice to everyone. Was the H-39 a bad hull for a carrier conversion design?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. Blackbird Maximus, how hard would it have been for the IJN to disguise torpedo mounts on higher than 20 knot speed on a 2,000-ton sloop? Not difficult at all. Honestly, really not difficult. Honestly, let's be honest, the British sloops are all honestly not faster than 20 knots, and then you add up how fast they get between A and B, and you're going, they must have been going more than 20 knots. I
think someone made their top speed for cruising speed.
Yes. Nice to hear from. Was the name Pamate Mercurio not go? Why has the name Pamate Mercurio not got a future ship? I'm not sure. Honestly, not sure. 96 everyone. Where might the French go after the large destroyer Mogador class, as large destroyer doesn't seem to have been a successful type? Mainly because they hadn't gone big enough and they hadn't gone multi-purpose enough for it. Honestly, they tried to go large destroyer, and basically their idea was doing a large destroyer hulled version of a torpedo boat. Nice to go everyone. If Grass Bay was Entworth 110 at the Battle of River Plate, is she a greater disadvantage than Exeter, Achilles, and Ajax, and how much a threat is H come to her? Entworth I-10? I have no idea what that word is. I'm sorry, nice to go everyone. I have no idea what the word is. New Ismark Kingdom Brunel. I wonder if the door and key might have been removed from the record by a higher authority. Potentially. Melanie 640. I'm late. Who are in the photo? Well, we have on the far side of the photo, we have you and I. Then we have this teacher. Then we have a professor of economics who I went to school with. And then we have a general from the army who was also there and who was the Minister of War. And basically they arranged a nice party for his teacher to say thank you when he graduated from the high school. And Yonai seems to have paid for it, much to other people's objections. And yeah, that we're going to call it a pause there. And from Verdun, there's an interesting point of... I'm slightly worried. I've just realised that this is the role of Queen Elizabeth to the Prime Ministers as an advisor, which they all said had a lot of weight on their decisions. The fact that she would listen, they could trust her to never say anything publicly about what was said, and they could have a conversation with her completely honestly about what they thought about something and know it would never go any further. Because that is a very important role for leadership. And that does create a very interesting bond as well. Runon, we will pass it on. Come on, I'm getting the impression that the lady in question could ask that 100 koku from everyone else, since she was dating Yonai. Leslie, what do we think of that one?
Yeah, it's possible. The thing is, with it being 100 koku, it may not be just to get... Like I say, it's not to get her, it's to get her household.
Yes.
And most people wouldn't take on her whole household. And most people wouldn't want to be associated with that high of a level of a person. because that's showing. That's put the old adage of the nail that gets hit's the one that stands out.
That's a very big standing out.
Exactly. So, are you going to stand out that far? I like I say, I mean, I'm honestly considering taking a couple of days holiday just to try and write up my notes.
Might not be the worst idea, all told, when you think about it. Write it all up, make it all work.
But I've got my fourth dan exam to complete.
Yeah. Do your fourth dan exam first. That comes first. But this is Yonai is this interesting character, and Knight has just explained the N12 and what class example is using him. He wants it. It's basically the original Deutschland preliminary design, which was armed with 4 twin 8.3-inch guns left over from World War One. Well, that might have made her slightly faster to run away from Cumberland because of hull shape and hull form. But yeah, it doesn't really help her, and nothing helps her, honestly. She's out on her own, and if Cumberland had showed up, then that's just going to add to it. Because basically, whatever happens, she's out on her own. This is the trouble being a surface raider. For a power which is pretty much blocked off by the other navy. That was the advantage France had. France has a huge coastline. And its own coast can see ships. They can hop down the coast to get into the open Atlantic and things like that. So privateers can get out, raiders can get out and get in, and that sort of thing. It's possible to do it, even under blockade. For the Germans, the blockade. Once you got control of France and Norway, life is a little bit easier. But there again, you're facing an enemy which by that point has aircraft
before
carriers.
that point. Yeah, before that point, you're looking at a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. It's just... The really interesting question with me, with Yonai, is not just where does the money all come from that seems to support his lifestyle. And he does seem to have quite a comfortable lifestyle. But it's that walking home at night alone thing.
In Imperial Japan, during its factional era.
Very factional era, an era when... And the thing is, as we discussed, there are people with motives to assassinate him. There are even people who have ideas of planning, and they are broken up very early on to assassinate him. Those attempts are broken up, and everyone actually goes to jail.
Which doesn't happen very often in Imperial Japan.
And they actually serve their jail time.
Unlike the people who killed the Prime Minister.
Yes. The people who killed the Prime Minister, they get off no jail time. People who were planning to kill Yonai serve their jail time. And it's 38 people.
Good God.
So, A, they weren't planning on coming light. So obviously someone knew they had to come heavy if they wanted a chance to take him down. And they are gone. The Japanese police turn up heavy to take them out. We're talking an operation which involves hundreds of officers. And some of the discussions suggest that they've been planning it for less than a week.
That's downright terrifying.
Hundreds of officers are mobilized in less than a week to do that. It's just... That doesn't happen.
No, that doesn't happen.
No. Leslie's sitting there going, this is just adding more to the onions to the onion farm.
Yep.
The multi-dimensional, multifaceted onion farm. Get it right.
Multi-dimensional, multifaceted onion farm. He is probably one of the most interesting characters I have come across in this era. Because again, it's like, we look at Yamamoto. it was Yonai who kept him alive. Yonai who arranged his transfer and switch over with the fleet. He seems to be important in doing. And then, at the same point, he's preserving, after the war, he's the one going around the defendants on the war tribunal, basically telling them, arranging their defense and making sure they do not implicate the Emperor. And people are turning up in MacArthur's office and are handing themselves in with information to convict themselves. You know, that was the information which Leslie talked about was he was one of the leaders of the more Buddhist extreme movement.
He wasn't a leader, he was the spiritual influencer.
Yes.
He isn't a leader because he isn't on the committee, but he should be the leader. So what you're saying, yes, he was the leader, but no, he wasn't. But he turns up with all of his known archive.
And that's the thing.
I'm going to start using things like that because originally he turns up with all his correspondence from 1919.
Yeah.
But that's all his official correspondence. We'll put it that way.
And that's all the correspondence he turns up with. Because I think this was me and Leslie discussing, and Leslie came across something. But as a historian, I'm always very suspicious when I get too much information. And if someone shows up with, this is more than enough information for me to convict them, I'm going to immediately presume there is probably more information for me to go hunting for out there. But if I'm a prosecutor at that time for the War Crimes Tribunal, where do I go looking for that information? And the odds are it's been burnt or disappeared if it existed. So all I have to put in the evidence log and all I have to discuss is what's being handed over to me. But if the one who's under suspicion, who's going to be tried, is the one handing over the information to me, what are the odds he's there giving me everything?
Yeah, exactly.
And also, again, think about that. You're turning up with all your that's kind of a big... That someone's organised that, because you wouldn't necessarily think about that. I'm going to turn up and I'm going to bring all my correspondence with me. Or rather...
Technically, he doesn't bring it with him, he just gives access to it all.
And tells them where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just reading some of my notes, and it says he turns up. Sabora turns up at McCarthy's office saying, "I believe you're looking for me, and you may want some background information on me. Here is my credentials, and here is my archive."
Okay. Am I the only one who says that
this is the person who had in it about killing, arranging for Charlie Chaplin to be killed?
Yes.
And that was in his archive. He's gone.
Good God.
It's just... If that's... The thing is, though, the historian is going, okay, so what have you pruned from your archive? If that's in your archive, what have you frigging pruned from your archive? And, or rather, who's pruned your archive and arranged your archive?
Ah.
Because... Again, do you do that? If you're going for a war crimes tribunal, which could sentence you to death and all these things, and I realise it's the honourable thing to do and all these things, but again, do you give them all your archive?
You don't, normally.
No. So you're very
Usually, anyway.
Another 64 just said. So you're very suspicious if someone shows up with a treasure trove, exactly what you would otherwise be looking for, and no more. Yes, incredibly.
But that's not what he turns up with. He turns up with more than they were expecting.
Yes. Enough more that they don't go looking for anything more other than that.
Yeah.
He turns up with enough that it satiates them so they don't investigate any further. And that's, from my reading of some of the other testimonies and other examples, that's quite a common thing. It becomes a recurring pattern.
There's a lot more to this man than meets the eye. Definitely.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Paul. Sorry, I'm answering one of the questions without helping.
Paul Famos, if you're a Western, how you hid what you hope to get away with? Is it the same in Japan?
No, he seemed to be boastful of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
He also helped encourage. I can't remember the guy's name. The guy who helped arrange the 1970s coup attempt and kills himself after killing the Minister for the Self-Defense Force by chopping his head off. My brain has gone of his name. Why can you never remember a name when?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It happens to all of us. It's just cruel.
Happens to the best of us. Oh yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah. While you're looking up, I'll answer some questions from the chat. Blabber Maximus, why are many navies so slow to go twin mounts for destroyers and light cruisers while battleships had them for so long? Pretty much weight and working out the technicalities of doing it within the size and space available. Plus,
yeah, it's not just about it's not just about having the platform. That's not just it. Like it's like a twin, like a single mount, one hoist, one crew, one gun. Simple. Twin mount, 2 guns, 2 hoists, complexity.
Yeah.
And so it spirals out from there. Like you've got to consider, how do I put this? You've got to consider how exactly you're going to feed the mounts ammunition. Do they have a ready-use magazine, or are they all fed by hoist? Do you feed the guns through? Oh, how do I describe it?
I wanted to sit on.
You know what, Dr. Clarke? My brain's not working today.
No, that's fine. It's a case of once you're dealing with doubling things, it becomes complicated because also you have to arrange the magazine to support it. You have to do. It's a far more complicated design task, and it's the value of it versus putting in another single mount somewhere else on the hull. And it's once you get to a certain point, if you're including more armor, you're including more protection and other things and division, then it becomes more valuable and worthwhile investing in and doing. It's basically that.
Basically, yeah.
Interesting point from Dave Harrison was, is it a double bluff? Boasting about certain things to distract from others. That's certainly something which I would suggest you see from other defendants in the War Crimes Tribunal.
Like, that's very true. You do see some defendants absolutely boasting about it. What was it one person said? Like, I can go back in time and, do over again, and I remain... And despite everything, I'd still be a Nazi, because a committed Nazi is what I'll always be.
Yeah, well, that was not the Japanese are slightly different in their approach, but they are. Some of them defendants do, and I think this is probably to defend somehow the imperial family from implication, but some of them do completely overstate certain things.
Basically, yeah.
As Nakal Gaz was already out, turning up with all the evidence you need, and more, not more, means a whole bunch of people do not get interrogated by the Gaijin. Yeah.
Basically.
So, 9681. Why is it that when it comes to the French large destroyer Mogador that we don't know who out of Valiant, Resolution and Hood it was that hit her in the stern? Again, I'd have to look up the incident. I'm sorry, on top of my head, that's not coming through. I'd have to look it up. If you want to ask me again next week, I'll make sure I've looked up the incident in the meantime. Well, by the end of this week, Sunday. Nice to agree, everyone. If the 3 Deutschland class cruisers were built like that, like the M12 with the 8.3 inch 210mm guns, how much of a threat were they compared to the historical Deutschland class cruisers? They'd have been. If you're going to build them that way, you're going to build a more conventional cruiser. So they are going to be more of a threat in some ways, less of a threat in others. More of a threat because they're going to not get the special attention. Less of a threat because they're only 8-inch guns, not 11-inch guns. So, but there again, they're still going to justify because they're going to be heavy cruisers out on surface raiding operations to the attention of things like HMS Renown. So they're still big enough they're going to get that attention. Basically, a 6-inch gun or so less is what might get you out of having the attention of capital ships.
Anything else you're gonna attract the attention of things you really don't want to be dealing with.
That's the pretty big trouble for the Deutschland class. Anytime something called Hood, Renown, or Repulse gets involved, you're in trouble.
Well, at least that's how it looks originally, and then it turns out it's worse than that because anytime anything that's actually a cruiser shows up,
you're up the creek without up. Nice hearing. Would a 5.1-inch gun, if adopted by the British, have received similar to what the 4.5-inch gun did post-World War II? Yes. If the 5.1-inch is the standard gun, not the 4.5-inch, then it would have done. Mark Marks, what was Yonai's positions on economic policy? Well, this is another interesting thing about him, because he seems to have a very close connections with a lot of the merchant class. Very close connections, and a lot of connections with the senior samurai families who become involved in the merchant class post-war. So, yeah, what do you think about his government policy, Leslie, towards the towards economics?
He seems to have left the economics to other people. It's almost, I don't know what I'm doing, so therefore you deal with it.
I've got experts. I found experts who are honourable and good. I trust you.
Yeah. But he does the same with the army as well. He asks the army to provide him with information from their best sources. Now, he's Navy. He wouldn't...
And they do, don't they? They provide him with the information.
A lot of it never comes to fruition. He's only in power for 7 months. But we do know that he had started pulling back some of the funding from China. Which is the reason for him being the army minister resigning. You are not following the doctrines of the Imperial Japanese Army. Therefore, I cannot serve in your government. And then he later apologizes for this.
And turns up and cleans up and personally insists on cleaning up his grave, and the family still do so to this day. Or rather, not the grave, the statue dedicated in Yonai's memory. In a temple, which is a very important temple in the Iwate province.
Yeah, the temple which was originally dedicated to an emperor.
And also, by the way, they are just from quite a few sources, the 2020 Tokyo Olympics running route was adjusted to make sure it went past the statue. Yeah.
He is considered the father of modern Japan.
Hmm.
So why in the West is he ignored? Why is none of his bibliographies translated into English, French, Russian?
Which is really strange considering how much of an affection the Russians have for him.
I can't even find a one being translated into Chinese. You know, I thought someone in Taiwan may have translated it. Do you know? It's almost he was so much behind the everyone has gone, we'll write his biography, but he's our person. Please don't take it. We won't allow it to be translated. I don't know. Sorry, that was just my brain.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea to go.
I don't know of anyone else. I mean, I've seen biographies of Stalin written and translated from Russian.
Yeah.
I mean, the best things you get are the quotes from other people's biographies where he's mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the films, the number of films he's portrayed in on Wikipedia, and I think it's about 6 or 7. You go to the Japanese Wikipedias, he has 10 dedicated biographies, including NHK World, and NHK World have an English subtitles for the thing. Unfortunately, it is no longer available. It is from 1975, so it's not unusual.
Yeah.
But I've asked for an archive if there is an archived copy. I don't know if we'll get it, but you know, it's always worth
having a look.
Paul, I must have come up with a good question. Is it because MacArthur wanted all the glory he's not to be talked about? Was it MacArthur who made sure Yonai wasn't talked about? Because, well, let's be honest, we've already had the... Look, Nimitz does something interesting. Chester Nimitz, this is while Korea's going on, after Korea sort of thing. The Togo Hayachiro's flagship, the Mitsuma, was needing some money to fund it and look after it, right? And the shrine was as well, I think. And Nimitz found the money and donated the money in full to pay for it. I think, was it the shrine or was it the ship? I think it was a ship, but I'm not sure if there wasn't something to do with the shrine as well. Or maybe it was the shrine and not the ship. I cannot remember. And he basically said the reason he was doing it was because Mitsumasa Yonai had told him that Toga Hayachiro was a great man. I had the actual quote the other day when I was talking to you in front of me. I don't have it right now, so I do apologise to everyone. I will go and try and look it up. But basically... And that's...
He called him an admiral.
Yes,
that was the thing.
Admiral Yonai. Admiral Yonai. And... the thing is, that's a very Nimitz way of making a dig at MacArthur. That Yonai was the one who set up and sorted things out, not MacArthur, in a way.
And he was also a naval officer.
Even though Yonai himself refers to himself as Mr.
Rather than any rank.
Yes, and he's of course very famous because whilst Prime Minister, he turns up wearing a Savile Row style suit. I think it's produced in Japan, but it's to a Savile Row pattern.
Interesting.
Right. Some more questions. Nice hearing. Question number 24. Why did the British view the 5-inch 54 Mark 42 as an interim step to the higher velocity rate of fire 5-inch 70? Because they wanted the higher velocity weapon. Hang on, 5-inch 54 versus 5. Inch 70. That's a US gun. That's the US gun. The British didn't really look at that one, did they? They were looking at a 5-inch gun around the same time, but I think they were considering that I don't think they were ever considered the 5-inch 54 for the British. I was looking at it going, I don't think they did. As a rule, Knight, you are very, very knowledgeable, so I trust what you say in your questions, but I don't think the British ever considered the 5-inch 42. I think they were looking. I think they did consider the 5-inch. They were considering the 5-inch 70, but they're always the 4.5-inch at that point. Let's see, if the Neptune class Dreadnought battleship had 10 30.5-inch guns and 2 class, I repeat, 30.5-inch Dreadnought style ships, how are the first generation British Dreadnoughts altered? If they've already gone to 13.5 Neptunes, then Orions might be repeats with 13.5, but they also might jump up again. If the British have already jumped up to 13.5, they might end up jumping up to 15. Which might mean that by the time you get to Queen Elizabeth, you're jumping up to 16.5-inch guns, which would really make the Germans cry, because that would just crushed them in that time period to have gone up through that many developments.
Yeah.
Ramols, question: imagine an alternate timeline where Teddy Roosevelt went on into his 4th term and brought the US into World War I in 1914-15. How would naval war and the subsequent interwar period look like? Very different. With that much of interaction between them, very different. The naval war, the Americans don't really have many ships which can get in that early before they certainly couldn't get a battle squadron really across much before 1916 because of getting the ships into service and working them up. That would actually fit the Grand Fleet, but they'd have a lot more destroyers and things put in service earlier, and it would take a while to grow the Navy up. They used the peacetime period of war to grow up the Navy a fair chunk. They'd have to do that during wartime. But it would breed far closer relations for post-war period. So what went wrong with the Imperial Japanese plan at Jutland where the submarines would be lying in wait and would pick up the Grand Fleet for submarine torpedoes? They weren't in the right place and the submarines were nowhere near where they needed to be. And submarines can't keep up with the surface fleet. They can't. Definitely not underwater, and they really can't on surface either. That's one of the reasons what leads to the K class and all their fun. Money 640, and this is, I think, another Yono one. There are massive cultural differences that I am aware of, and enough to know I do not comprehend. Soldiers also do not typically commit suicide rather than surrender. True, but there again, some people are actually persuaded not to do that, to stand trial instead. And that's another thing. Persuading people to stand trial... Yes?
It's an entirely different kettle of fish.
Leslie?
Not only these people stand trial, but these people stand trial and distance themselves from the Emperor.
Yeah. And provide evidence to prove that. And none of the evidence that they were able to find disproves it.
It's an arranged puppet show.
And Ramol's pointing out that the main US prosecuting Japanese war criminal tribunal was General Bonafellers, who hunted and turned in suspected war criminals into custody. True, he is one of the main ones, but there are lots of assistance from the various allies as well. And some Japanese assistance in pointing out where he should look.
One of the guys who is an NCIS agent, who is first generation Japanese from Hawaii, goes over, and he goes looking for people. I got a free audio book on the origins, and Mark Hammond does this story about this guy who's first generation Japanese who ends up serving in what becomes NCIS. Now, the interesting thing about that is he is taken over to Japan at the end of the war to help hunt down Japanese. But to some extent, he's there looking for the good Japanese.
Hmm.
And he rejects that. He says all Japanese are good. You need the ones who did it for the right reasons.
Hmm.
And these people are put up on these trials, and some of them are killed based on the evidence they provided for themselves, committing suicide to save the emperor, as HMS Verdun has just said.
Yeah. Verdun's actual words are, so I'm starting to think that because Yonai saved the Emperor and kept him from being opposed for things he might have supported, it will be embarrassing for this to be public in the West. It depends if the Emperor supported it. You see, the thing is, me and Leslie might be on our own in saying this, but part of the reasons why I think Yonai is put in, and we have already mentioned this, in 1940 is to try and Hail Mary bring about peace, and he's with the support of the Emperor. So I almost wonder if, I would put it almost another way, is it atonement to the Emperor for having gone against him and presuming they knew better, and they've shown they were wrong? And now their only thing they can do to show they were wrong is now make sure the Emperor doesn't lose his post and Japan is not completely lost from what it is traditional Japan by the Allies. Because were told there were some Americans who were seeking to get rid of the Emperor.
That was MacArthur's stated aim when he first arrived.
And that changes so brilliantly quickly after a meeting with Yonai.
I wouldn't say this. The absolute need for the removal of the Emperor is lessened very quickly.
Yes.
But there's still this concept that he will be the last Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden...
That's no longer the case.
Yeah. And I don't see MacArthur someone who changes his mind very often.
Opening that
you have to be a
idea,
very skilled man to do that.
Yeah, opening that idea to the Japanese that the Emperor can stay is a massive concession. Well, it's not a massive concession from the Allies, but by the Japanese, it's seen as a massive concession, and it opens up a, you get the point.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's, to some extent, keeping the Emperor kept Japan as Japan, which has allowed it to grow to what it is now. I don't know. I'm not. I'm now going into areas where I have never understood politics, and this is a man who is.
But there again, that adds a whole nother layer to what Nimitz hint to Yonai, because that's basically him almost saying Yonai was a very persuasive person.
Yeah. And basically, you've been had, Mr. MacArthur.
Or rather, you met your match and were found wanting, Mr. MacArthur. Not you've been had, you found someone who could outtalk you. In a probably a very, very nice way. There is always the thing that Yonai was actually just the nicest person you ever met, and it was kind of like kicking a puppy. No one could bear to do it. But the trouble is, MacArthur strikes me as a person who could have bared to kick a puppy, if he felt it was the thing he wanted to do. Yes.
Sorry, I'm not the biggest fan of MacArthur.
No. It's complicated. It's a lot of.
And unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to drop off here. Thank you very much
Okay,
for
please
inviting
go.
me on.
Don't worry. We'll thank you, Leslie. We're going to finish off the questions and then we're going to call it a night
Yep.
as well. So we're going to finish off the questions in chat.
I will do my very Japanese thing. I humbly thank you for your.
Well, we definitely humbly thank you for being here because, frankly, you helped this make this a lot more interesting and allow me to actually talk it over with someone who's as interested in learning about it as I am. And it's good.
I've just been sitting quietly for this moment because now is when I start to come into moment when we get questions that are perhaps not related to Yonai, aka something I actually know about.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
the whole point is we don't know about it, and
Yes.
he is such a person that we think we should know about him.
Mm. Yes.
Very interesting.
I like Mark Hartness, the McCarthy fan club meet in a different building.
They do. Oh.
I was it up here? We have a rivalry between Newcastle and Sunderland, and it was said that the Sunderland supporters, Law supporters group, were meeting in the following telephone kiosks this year. I think they're waiting for the McCarthy fan club to leave first.
Oh, fun times. Take care, my friend.
Okay, thanks again for
Thank you.
inviting
Take
me.
care.
Dear.
Although I do feel slightly inadequate.
You're very good. Thank you.
You'll be fine. Don't worry
Okay.
about it.
Here we go. Oh. All good?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So far as I'm aware.
Right, let's see what we've got in the chat, shall we?
Crack open the old Ferrari and
Okay.
let's.
All right. So I'm going to reorganize some of the images. Take that to there.
By the way, Dr. Clarke, you left at a very opportune time for Dragon, because if you hadn't left, because it was just the two of us at that point, I was about to open up a can of whoop-ass on him for the torture that was 2 Thursdays ago.
What
That
are
I
you gonna
accidentally
do?
put your server through. I was going to sit him down and have you and me explain to him, in no uncertain terms, why the entire MacGuffin that he's been parroting about Drake's drum just doesn't work.
Okay.
You know, I was gonna sit him down and go, Dragon. It's not that these ship designs are bad. We've now discovered they don't actually work.
Yeah, that's the fun thing, which we were.
I'm gonna
we
have
did
to. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that at some point. I'm gonna have to sit him down, tie him to a chair, and go right.
So I now have the chat both big screen and the questions big screen. So let's go through.
Hey!
And thank you again for that, Leslie. By the way, who was what was basically, if you don't know, I decided, frankly, after the day dealing with electricians, bankers, and all sorts of things, sorting out stuff because we still not finalised the deals for the house move. I was going to be slightly naughty, so I sent out a message to Glyn, to Leslie, and to the Foo had already kindly offered. The Foo had already kindly offered to be on it, and
You can't get rid of me that easy.
all four arrived. All four. We have a screen being shared by Fleet of
Yes,
Oceans.
me. I wanted a background image for myself rather than just red, so I picked something.
You picked something. Okay, you picked something. Let me sort this out. And...
It's got my battle standard on it. Look at it. It's beautiful. Yeah, that's the crap. Yeah, that's a Goliath.
I am worried about some people.
See, when it's a 2D image, it's a bit meh. When it's in action, it's a different matter entirely.
Potentially.
Oh dear.
Potentially. I Okay, so let's see. Questions we've got.
Questions, and answers, but mostly questions.
Nathan, does a Jutland where the battle only starts when the two fleets are close quarters seem unrealistic? Yeah, I'd say so, because they're going to start at long range.
Basically, yeah, you've got no real reason why that conflict doesn't, like, especially even in the closed down evenings that we see. It's you still have Jellicoe opening up at a range of beyond, like, you're talking low 5-digit yards, even in the grime and the mist.
Oh yes.
Like, there's just closing down any further is dangerous, because any closer than that, like, if you can see your enemy, you open fire.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you think you've got the range, because the closer in you get, you're sacrificing the protection your armor offers, you're sacrificing your distance from the enemy's screen, you're sacrificing the ability to dial in the range as you close, to ensure that once you're within that closer range band, ideally, every salvo you fire results in at least 1 or 2 hits on the vessel you're targeting, because you've dialed in the range as you've closed, rather than having to dial it in while you're within that very dangerous range band where you can take and receive damaging hits. There's no reason for Jellicoe to close down. None.
It's completely throwing away his advantages. Okay, thank you, Leslie. So if I find out any more, I will share more on my channel. Yes, it's that there is. I think Yona is going to become an ongoing thing on this channel.
Oh, Dan Friedman's asking me what that is in the live chat. That is the Fleet of Ocean's airship Goliath engaging Dominion forces during the Dominion War. But that's a long story for another time.
Look, let's put it this way. At least it's not the Hosh. Okay? At least it's not the Hosh.
What are you... That's the only thing I consider sacrosanct. You can kill everything else, but just please leave the hope boat alone.
I will be nice to you about the Hosh. I will leave it alone. I will not do to it what I did to your Spanish battleship.
Poor Pelayo. I hardly knew you before you were slaughtered by Dr. Clarke's word shivs.
Okay.
Anyway, moving on to the questions.
So, question 1961. Would it be right that even if the British scored a devastating victory on the Germans of Jutland, that they are still going to learn lessons? Yes.
Absolutely. You arguably... there's a common thing that goes around saying you learn more from an atrocious defeat than a heroic victory. But I'd argue that both of those are misnomers.
Yeah.
No matter what the outcome of a battle, even if it's an inconclusive skirmish, there's always something to learn. Always.
And two things.
For example... Sorry, go on. You first.
Runon, I agree with you being you resent being lumped in with bankers, but I had both electricians and bankers coming out of my ears today. And yeah, you definitely do learn. Also, the advantage of learning from a victory is you tend to have more ships come home badly damaged you can learn off.
Yeah. I mean, for example, what was it? I was going to make a comment here about, like, when the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire toppled the walls of Constantinople with cannon, he didn't go, you know what, these cannon are fine, and I'm never going to iterate on them again, did he?
No.
He went, no, right, how do these cannon perform? How can we iterate? How can we make them more mobile, etc.? The RN's going to learn from this. They're going to go, all right, how did our battlecruisers perform? How did our battleships perform? How useful was 5th Battle Squadron with its high speed? How useful was... let's assume, for example, that one of the easiest ways that Drac and Dr. Clarke and some of the other naval historians have discussed for the British to win the Battle of Jutland is if Jellicoe goes with sturdy suggestion and splits the fleet and comes down either side of the High Seas Fleet.
One
So you've
at
got
extra
Sturdy
fun,
leading
have
one
the
half.
Harwich Force come up from the south.
Yeah. So,
The Germans
yeah,
do a
again, so
battle
you-
turn away into the Harwich Force.
Yeah, which is torpedoes away, my boys. But again, you've got this whole like from a battle like that. There's a lot to learn. Like, how did the Harwich Force perform? How coherent was the fleet splitting off into two separate formations? How coherent was it getting back together? How many German ships did we sink? Why did they get away? How was our gunnery? What can we improve? How were the performance of our light forces? Were our destroyers okay? How did the admirals of the task forces handle their fleets? Is there anything to be learned? Can communication be improved? BT? Can signaling be improved? BT?
Yeah. It's fun. So
But yeah,
it's a fun one, that one. They are interesting souls. Jellicoe does win the Battle of Battle of Jutland. Just BT is the one who lost his bit, and I think that's honestly the trouble, because you can look at the battle in two halves. If you look at the half where Jellicoe's running it for the British side, that is definitely a British win. But the trouble is, if BT is, yeah,
like the thing with BT's handling of his thing is in terms of if BT hadn't had that stupid obsession with rate of fire, if the battle cruisers had been handling their ammunition correctly, as Tiger was, there's no reason why the battle cruisers should have suffered the detonations they did. And if that's the case, we see from the way Tiger handles her gunnery, we see from the way Indefatigable handles her gunnery, they were really starting to work over the German battle cruisers when the detonations start rolling in. So I know that BT's tactical and strategic positioning was abysmal, but in terms of the way the ships themselves were fighting the action individually, if it hadn't been for those ammo detonations, you might have seen German battle cruisers start to suffer problems in rather short order, especially once 5th Battle Squadron shows up and starts crashing out 15-inch salvos.
If the ammo's held slightly better and saw slightly better, and they last just that bit longer, it's not that much longer before 5th Battle Squadron's upon them, and then the German battlecruisers are in a real trouble. Because, let's be honest, if they're in that sort of scenario where they're dealing with the combined weight of fire, and I know these aren't Green Boy shells, these are the pre-Green Boy shells, but they're still...
There are still things. There are enough rounds going down range that you're getting you're getting proper penetrations. You're getting detonations inside the German armor belt. Like for example, the hit on Lutzow that dooms her, the forward torpedo flat.
Yeah,
that's a good example. And we see
Sablet,
like Tiger.
look at her. Let's be honest. She gets home by a miracle work of her crew, and every time I hear someone goes, "Oh well, the Germans, most of their battlecruisers got home. They were barely damaged." I go, "You are demeaning the work of that crew. It was practically a miracle." I mean,
Seydlitz became a real punching bag for the British.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think, and like, just while we're talking on the concept of the battle cruisers quickly before we move on, if people say, "Oh, the British battle cruisers exploded because X, Y, Z," I'm saying, look at Tiger. Tiger gets absolutely plastered with 11-inch, 12-inch. 6-inch. She doesn't suffer any meaningful penetrations, and she's barely any better armored than her other big cat sisters. The only ship I can see still going up is Indefatigable, but well, that's because she's Indefatigable. Ammo handling or not, she can't resist even German 11-inch shell fire.
No. Now. Right then, so...
You've got the questions, I don't.
I have got the questions. Black Maximus, how much of a difference is there in a 9.2-inch versus 9.4-inch in how reload rate, fill amount acting compared to the 10-inch? 9.2-inch, 9.4-inch are both a lot faster firing than 10-inch. I would say 9.2 works out as a bit more of a sweet point than 9.4.
The reason that the German Navy goes with 9.4, for some of its capital ships is because, well, first of all, for them, 9.4 is a lovely round metric number. 240 mil, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas for the British, 9.2 is nice and, it's 9.2, it's lovely. Whereas for the Germans, 9.2 is this weird
234
metric number
millimeters.
that... it's this weird thing where you're like, 240, lovely, round, measure it, easy, done. It's... And also, it just fits the Germans, especially because they're going to put them in battleships. They value having that slightly heavier punch with that shell. You've still got most of the benefits of the rate of fire, but you've got that slightly heavier punch. And I still maintain that the Germans made entirely the right choice, especially after the abysmal performance of the 11-inch guns that were fitted to the Brandenburgs in terms of rate of fire and penetration, switching over to the 9.4s. I think they made exactly the right decision, especially backed up with the good armor layout, good thickness of protection, and the very potent secondary batteries. Those.
Yeah, I would say the 9.2-inch gun is the better gun
of
for
9.4-inch dreadnoughts. Pre-dreadnoughts the Germans produced had.
I'd say.
Sorry, I've been saying 9.2.
9.2-inch gun is better for the cruisers. The 9.4 is the better choice for the battleships.
Yeah.
Versus the 10-inch, which is just an abysmal gun to go with.
Yeah. The only, a lot of people say the problem with the 9.4-inch battleships is they didn't have a long shelf life, blah, 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 they don't have a long shelf life, you need an 11 or a 12-inch battleship. I say, yes, that's true, but they don't have any shorter shelf life than the 12 and 11-inch armed dreadnoughts, pre-dreadnoughts of other fleets built around the same time. There's no... Because of the fight they're built to take on. They're built to take on this sort of... You're looking at ranges of battle that wouldn't be unfamiliar to Nelson when these ships are being built.
Yeah. Take care, Dubs.
You only really see, the Germans, with other navies, there's a move to a mixed primary battery with 12 and 9.2, 12 and 8, across all the navies. The Germans respond to that by increasing the number of 6-inch they have on their ships. You see some of them with turreted 6-inch. And then you see a move up to 11-inch, with the Germans basically going, we're gonna increase the size of our main guns, but we're gonna focus on really getting a nice big secondary 6-inch punch to supplement that, instead of actually having a mixed primary battery. And again, you see this with their first dreadnoughts as well. Whereas a lot of the other Navy's first dreadnoughts go quite anemic, you still see this German insistence on having this good, weighty secondary punch in the Nassaus and the Helgolands.
Yeah. It's fun.
What's the next one?
Next question.
I'll have a go.
Go on.
6831 asks, question 119, why hasn't integrated electric propulsion being widely adopted by navies? It has.
It is, yeah.
There's a lot of electric drives in service now.
I would say the most famous example are Queen Elizabeth class, which are literally, if you look at their design, they are entirely integrated electric, and it's done in a really, really clever fashion. You've basically you've got 3 entire circuits for the entire ship, and you only need 1 circuit to be active for it to work. And they can the power systems can power all the circuits, and all the circuits can be run individually or combined, and they can mix-match the different sections of the circuits together. So basically, you've got 3 circuits, and you can, at various points, you can link those circuits up. So you could, if different parts of different circuits are damaged, you can, with flicks of switches, you can integrate the working parts of different circuits together. It's a really, really advanced system and a really clever system. Hey, your ship's disappeared.
It has, because it's something else is going to replace it.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm watching all of you. You can't escape me. That's going to be funny.
Oh, caramba. Okay. Yeah, okay,
But
also,
anyway, moving on.
This is a Yonai question, but I think it's good for you to put on this one, Fleet, because I have a feeling you're going to start getting some Yonai questions on your stuff now after they've watched you on this Discord.
Oh lord, this is never. It's never going to end.
It's going to be like Drax going to get questions on Yonai, and he's going to be going, "Where did this come from? What have you done to me, Alex?"
It wasn't my fault. I swear, God, honest.
I'm going to say it's not me. It's Mitsumasa Yonai. You have to blame him. I can't blame him. He's dead. I'm going to blame you. If we do a ship-shaped trip to Japan, we will go and see his. We will go see his statue, and we will also go see the shrine if we're allowed, able to Togo Haichiro.
In regards to lies and half-truths, in regards to English speaking versus Japanese speaking, I think we have to accept that that's a possibility.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to say whether that's. We will likely never know. It's a possibility we have to consider, but we will likely never know if that's the case. So, unfortunately, any answer to the question beyond that is simple conjecture, and I don't have the knowledge to do that conjecture right now.
Don't think anyone really does, because the trouble is, you have to extent lies and half-truths, you have to presume the motives of people. Unless they write down the motives, you can't do more than infer and guess. And inference doesn't give you an accuracy on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say also there's quite a lot of misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of... I would say there's a lot of not understanding the fact that the behind-the-curtain scenario of the Japanese government. It's like in the UK, we used to have a expression in the UK which was the grey men in suits, or the men in grey suits. We still do have it a bit, which used to be the case. Description of the various MPs for both both of the major parties, who, when a prime minister was past their sell-by date, or rather was heading downhill, would quietly inform them that it was time for them to go.
About right. Next one's from Blackburn Maximus, I think?
I usually just say Blackburn Maximus, it's just easier. Mainly because they do all sorts of questions. If the P1154 supersonic Harrier is built and is successful, would the CVA-1 carriers be more likely to be built?
They're less likely to be built. You don't need a Catabar at that point.
You don't need a Catabar, but you could have a very interesting carrier procured. It would be a CVA-1, but it wouldn't be a Catabar CVA-1. It would be a Super Invincible.
Which is, to be fair, the only way you get a competent form of CVA-1, because that design as a Catabar carrier was just...
Oh, it's interesting design. It's a really interesting design. There is a lot of stuff there which is missed by some of the graphics.
It's not the right kind of interesting.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. There is certainly some stuff there that's, quite good.
But yeah, no, in answer to your question, in short, no, the CVA ones are less likely to be built. It's if they are needed, less of a reason to build them. Ramal asks a quick clarifier. How vital was Yonai in the reconstruction of post-war Japan, even though he didn't live long enough to see the whole ordeal? From what I understand, from what I've learned over the past few weeks when this has been discussed, he basically enabled a lot of the arms of the Japanese civil government and the occupation forces to get along, and was also something of a figurehead that the general public could go, we're not being completely screwed over by the people who've defeated us.
Also, he kind of selected all the people who are running the various offices. He kind of... you go through a list of them, and they all have personal connections to Yonai, and it's like the people who set up the Japanese self-defense forces. They all have quotes from Yonai and poetry he gave them that inspired them in it and guided them in it. And you sit there and go, oh, frigate. He's one of those people. He might not be around to do it himself, but he's put all the blocks in place to do it. So it's kind of like he doesn't know what kind. He's not sure what kind of building is going to be built, what kind of house is going to be built upon the ground. But he's poured all the foundations, and he's defined its shape and its base. And then he's leaving it to others to complete the house on top. That's how I put it, if that makes sense. Did that make sense, or did that sound completely...
That's about right. That's about what you'd say. Melanie, so those are related to the other question we've just answered. That's not a question. Here we go. Melanie 1640 asks, didn't MacArthur have a nuke airborne en route to target during the Korean War? When those further up the chain of command became aware and managed to have the mission recalled? I refuse to believe that's the case.
I don't think he got quite that far, but he certainly was He was certainly trying to push it. But the thing is, actually launched the only
person. Yeah, the only person with nuclear release authority in the United States of America is the President of the United States. Always has been. Ramal says, are we going to see a discussion about ship camouflage and their role in disrupting spotting and gunnery? I mean, presumably Dr. Clarke has got a plan for that at some point.
Yeah, I've got a plan for that at some point. I have got something to show everyone, which is the front cover of the 1st of July's Patreon premieres. And you'll notice there are 5 of them, because 2 got 13 votes, 2 got 15, and 1 got 18. Oh. So, what I've decided to do is they're going to go into the first week of August as well. They're just going to pop into the first week of August. I'm just going to carry that on for that. Although I might not record that one till I'm actually back from our trip, if we have our trip. Germany develops the Fritz X in time to deploy it at the start of May 1914. How does that affect things? David Forthwaite. Then Rise to the 74. Paul for Chicago. That got 15. Then Runon's 18. Full modernization. The combat navies of World War II. All enter the war, their fleets having completed modernization plans. That's a fun one.
Well, where's this?
This is going to be on this channel as the Patreon premieres on Thursdays instead of me doing the live. While in June, July, when I'm moving house and potentially going to be traveling Scandinavia with the lovely people from Shipshape, which let me just check the website, because I was told that the website was supposed to be fixed today. Let's see.
Hey.
Let's see, is it working? Is it working? It's still got Australia up. So it's not been fixed yet. It will be fixed. I know, I do know that Garius the Brit, aka John Ball, aka Gareth, the wonderful, wonderful guy who does all this stuff for us, is really pushing hard to get it all done, but he's basically rebuilding the whole site, because we had everything prepped to go, and then it was found that where all the backroom systems we used had to change over. It's fun. He's been having fun. He's a good guy, but he is absolutely crying at the moment. And so yeah, and it carries on as well, because there's KG-40s, Dr. Clarke as a Gwald system lord. What will the fleets look like?
Oh lord, that's going to be something.
And Blackburn Maxis is 15, also got 15. It all goes wrong. The 1902-1903 Venezuela crisis erupts into a war with US and Venezuela versus UK, Germany, and Italy. That's
going to be hilariously silly.
Yeah,
that's a hilariously silly conflict.
The interesting question is, who did the French side with in that conflict, and who did the Spanish side with?
The Spanish don't really have an egg in the race, really. Their fleet is not. They're currently far too racked by internal strife. Like, if the internal strife was bad before the Spanish-American War, they haven't recovered from it yet.
No.
They physically can't.
They could develop an egg in the race if they thought they could get some of their territory back and maybe restore their luster and glory, and might get some internal peace thanks to that.
It's unlikely.
No.
It's very unlikely.
I think the French probably joined the British and the Italians and the Germans.
Oh yeah, the French aren't going to side with the Americans. They gain nothing from siding with the Americans, whereas they've got it all to gain from siding with the European powers.
Yeah.
But obviously, I should leave that discussion for the actual video and get through the questions. Blackburn Maximus asks, "Do you think the Royal Navy would ever use the names Hood and Golden Hind again?" In regards to Hood, I think it'd have to be something ostentatious to reserve the name Hood. I do know when Golden Hind might be used, though. Wouldn't be by the RN, although maybe it depends on whether the RN's jurisdiction will extend this far. If Britain ever does construct a warship that can, a ship that can move faster than light, what better name to give it to explore the cosmos than the Golden Hind?
I will concur with that. Other than depends if we want to explore the cosmos and take it over. Then we call it Warspite.
Yes. Another one by Blackburn Maximus. What if the High Seas Fleet had been obscured by fog up until the British battlecruisers were at 5 kilometers range, with the High Seas Fleet crossing BT's T? If it's the entire High Seas Fleet, yeah, that's a bad time, because it's not just the guns that are going to be engaged. You've also got the screen of the High Seas Fleet coming in and going, "Ooh, torpedo time."
Yeah, that's bye BT.
Yeah. Knight 6831. Why do people think the British would build 4 more G3s after the N3s? Well, it's not that. Well, we know that there was going to be something to follow the N3s. That's a given. But what it would have because it's going to be the next year's ship. Whatever it is, has to be some variation of the designs on the stocks, because you don't have time to work up an entirely new ship. So whatever it is will probably have been some form of G3 derivative. Or N3 derivative.
Or potentially, because they're already working down the line, something which looks closer to an F3. Because they're already working along that lines. So,
it'll be one of those. It'll be.
You're talking that they have a huge design study. So the thing is, the decision is going to be whether they go with a 16.5-inch gun model and a battle cruiser form, or if they go with an 18-inch model and a battleship form. And the question is whether they go with the the grouping of the guns where they're split with a gun turret behind the superstructure, but in front of the engine superstructure, or if they go with them all forward, or if they split them up 2 to front and 1 to the end. But they've got all those designs on stock, so that's why I don't tend to prescribe to the thing of it's definitely going to be a G3. I think it's more likely to be a 16.5-inch gunship. I do agree it's more likely to be a battlecruiser. But I have a suspicion, especially considering how quickly the F3 and F2 designs are worked up to full spec designs. I have a very strong suspicion, my friend. I think the fool you have to consider that how quickly those designs come about. I would lay good money they were already working on those designs.
Yep. Blackburn, Maximus asks again. That man really pumping out the questions today. Yes. Without any naval treaty, would the 12 and 13.5-inch battleships be retained as the pre-dreadnoughts had with the Harwich force leading into World War II? Absolutely not. They are going very, very rapidly. Within about 4 to 5 years, when the first of the new constructions enters in.
I would say what you probably do is they probably keep the 13.5 inches around, and then when the G3s end of service, then the 4 oldest 13.5-inch ships go. Then when the N3s end of service, then the next 4 oldest go. And then when the next one's end of service, they go. But that's only if they don't need to form up the 3rd fleet. If they decide they need to form up a 3rd fleet, then they're not going to start getting rid of them till they are at the 3rd batch of 4, if that makes sense.
What they'll probably, if they aren't getting rid of them,
you're retaining 8 more ships to maintain that 3rd fleet, because you've got a squadron of 8 for a squadron of 9 ships. 8 ships plus a flagship for the home fleet, 8 ships plus a flagship for the Mediterranean fleet, and 8 ships plus a flagship for the Indian Ocean fleet, and you've got capital ships for wandering around for the various places you need other capital ships for out on their own independently. So that's the thing. It's going to be decided if you're in a scenario where you're building those, and when you're building that, and you're going to retain them, what's the reason you're retaining them? If you're retaining them because you're maintaining that third fleet, then you're going to retain them until you can start replacing them in that role. So you've got enough ships in that role. And that makes sort of sense.
Yeah, basically. That's basically what I was running on.
They'll fill in because in a world where most of their threats are 14-inch gun battleships or less, they can sort of hold their own for a short while until you have better ships online.
96831 asks, is it post-war hindsight that the Invincible and Indefatigable class should have at... Oh, I assume means shouldn't have been at Jutland. Yes.
No,
well, actually, even
it's
then,
also pre-war doctrine. They were not supposed to be in the grand battle. Jellicoe is actually breaking his own doctrine having them there. Beatty I don't expect to hold to a doctrine, but Jellicoe actually wrote the frigating doctrine. And they were not designed to be, they were not supposed to be anywhere near the battle. They're supposed to be used as a screening fast wing in a battle, so they're not supposed to be anywhere near the thick of the fighting, but outside of the thick of fighting, to pick off anything which tries to come in, or to also keep track of the enemy force and spot round the smoke, so if they try to break away, you can follow them. So actually, if they followed the doctrine, they'd have been in a better position, and the Germans might not have got away.
Basically. Again, another one from Blackburn Maximus. Could Imperial Germany have gone from 11-inch to 13-inch guns instead of 11 to 12, or was the infrastructure issue too much? They definitely had the capability. I know that Krupp had large calibers on the books at the time the Germans were looking to shift. You'll probably still see 12-inch gun-armed ships, but if the Germans do choose, you're probably looking at the Koenigs probably being the first that get those guns, and you're probably looking at it. And you're looking at them going to because the caliber they're going for is 13.8. So you're looking at the Koenigs being ships that probably drop the midships turret and have 4 twin 13.8, and perhaps sacrifice a little bit of armor to get that in. And then the Bayerns will be 15-inch as normal, which doesn't really give the Germans that much capability. Although what you might see if that's the case, you might see Hindenburg and Lutzow be 13.8-inch. Sorry, no. You might see Deflinger and Lutzow be 13.8, and you might see Hindenburg actually be a 15-inch battlecruiser, which will be very interesting.
Yeah.
Because if you've got the Iron Dog and Lutzow as 13.8-inch battlecruisers at Jutland, that changes things. That changes things. Especially if you've got everything that's not Von der Tann also rocking around with 12-inch guns instead of 11s. Because that will also change things as well. It's not just about penetration. You've increased the broadside throw weight of the battlecruiser squadron.
And honestly, the British will respond. Whatever the Germans do, this is the other problem for the Germans, is whatever they respond, the British have more and a better ability to respond. And they aren't going to get into a funding battle with the army over it. That's the thing. That's the thing that the case of the Communion has to deal with. Every time they go for this sort of increase, they can do it, but they're going to go through a funding battle with the army. And they can only win so much. And that's, remember, the whole thing I talked about when I talked about the Queen Elizabeth class. They gamble. The British go to 15-inch guns, they go faster, all these things. Because they know that's going to push the cost of capital ships to the point at which the Germans can't sustain it in a funding battle with the army.
Yep.
And then they throw in the R-class on top of that, and it whacks them. There is a question about two things in the chat I'm going to answer. Aluminium Fence. Drakling, yes, Drak and Mrs. Drak have been blessed. They have a little princess. And I do have plans someday to visit USS New Jersey, but that's not going to be soon, because I'm currently moving house, and I, as such, am brassic. I am poor. I am living off books, iron brew, and pizza I buy people, because if I cook enough pizza, they come over and help me pack up a house. Because with freeze people such as me, my mother and sister's house to pack up, the amount of books is obscene. I alone have now counted 62 of these boxes and still not finished packing them, as you can see from the books next to me, of books from me alone. And my mother is ahead of me in the race of books.
My goodness.
We are literally, there is going to be one lorry, a moving lorry alone for our books, and we might break its axles.
Knight
Ramel,
6A3.
Dr. Clarke like Yonai-Por. I wish I was like Yonai-Por. I need some. I love my patrons; they are lovely, but I don't think they would. They're going to give me the same. That they would ever be able to give me, or ever want to give me, the same amount of money which Yonai seems to get from somewhere. And I'm certainly not getting a royal guard sent to me to be my personal chauffeur.
No. Knight 6831 asks a confusing question. I'll read it out. So, as the British Empire was at the point where the Americans were in the 1940s, were in the 1920s, where were the Americans at that point? Can you make any sense of that one? Because
Knight, can I ask you to rewrite the question again? Because that's a stream of consciousness, and I love you dearly for all the questions you provide, because it does always mean that I have a constant flow of questions to answer in these things. I love all people's questions, but you do always do your best to make sure I have a constant flow of questions for 4 hours. That's really kind of you. But that one's a stream of consciousness, so can you... What I would suggest is you write it out a couple of times again and then read it out loud, and if you can understand it once you've read it out loud, then rewrite it in.
Blackburn once again with another zinger. If Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and India build cruisers, destroyers, etc. during the interwar years, how does this affect World War II? Well, in a way, they do.
Australia, and New Zealand do. South Africa, India, and Canada have various interesting... Canadian government and Mackenzie King, I think it was, don't want to, because he doesn't want to spend any money on defence if he can avoid it, because he's worried it's going to antagonise the Americans. India, the British High Commission for India are some of the most short-sighted organisational people in the world in the 1920s. I mean, not only does Winston Churchill turn down funding for railways and infrastructure improvement in India, but the High Commission does as well, and they also don't want to fund the Royal Indian Navy. They barely get them some sloops. And South Africa, well, you try and persuade the South Africans to spend money. You know, seriously, have a go. See how long you last.
Yeah.
So basically, if you have a scenario, especially under the London Naval Treaty, if they built under the Washington Naval Treaty before they introduced the cumulative tonnages for cruisers, etc., if they'd all engaged in the county class construction, and let's say each of them had built between 4 and 8 counties, depending on their financial ability. So probably in terms of finances and money, you're talking Australia, Canada, and I would say India could afford 8 quite happily at this point. And New Zealand and South Africa probably 4. You could have had another 32 counties built. Probably the British would have matched that. And that would have led to a really interesting discussion at the London Naval Treaty of, so we're going to introduce a minimum tonnage for cruisers. Really? Yes. And the British Empire has 64 county class and 5 Hawkins class. So we're going to introduce that tonnage limitation at 700,000 tons of heavy cruisers, shall we? And then work out down from there. And you could have even more fun of 700,000 tons of light cruisers as well.
Yep.
At which point the Royal Navy is really happy and the Germans are crying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ramal asks, question about guided munitions in World War II. Which anti-ship weapon is better? The US ASM N2 BAT or the German Fritz X in destroying Sherpan ships? There's only one way to find out. I can't do a Harry Hill. But jokes aside, it's the BAT. Fired from further away. Bigger
better,
explosive kick.
The Fritz X gets more outings.
Basically because the BAT's introduced later.
Yeah. The BAT's better, but also that's one of the reasons why it is better, because it is introduced later. The Fritz X is built under the cosh of a lot of fear and a lot of need for speed and pushing things. The BAT is built with a lot of capabilities, but also the Fritz X suffers from the fact that they have to make a lot of compromises because of lack of resources. That was an interesting thing when I was putting together that. When I started putting together today, I got a few minutes spare. I started putting together the July videos and putting together my notes for the Fritz X, the first thing I was thinking, I was going, oh, frigate, even if they have this technology, they're not going to be able to produce a lot of these at any one time. So they're going to be scary, and they're going to demand countermeasures, but they're not going to be able to be produced in the mass necessary to be devastating, if that makes sense. Melanie1640, may I join voice? We've almost finished, Melanie. Although I will invite you someday. How's that sound? I'll make sure there is one where you're invited to, but we've almost finished going through questions, and it is nearly midnight, so we're going to finish off the questions and end today. Apologies. But mainly because I don't want to keep my mom up too late tonight, because she's still... Dr. Dan very kindly came around today and checked on her bandage. And actually put on a new one. Which was quite a funny thing, because as we all know, he's a doctor, not a nurse, so he is really bad at doing bandages. But he did a really good job because he was concentrating so hard. He had his tongue out a little bit while he was doing it. Really good. Can't recommend him enough. Such a nice guy.
Blackburn asks, if nuclear weapons don't work, how does this impact logistics, procurement, and arms development post-World War II? Everyone needs to rearm incredibly quickly because the Third World War is on its way, and everyone knows it's coming. You don't get that 2 to 5 year period of climb down from 44 to the end of the Berlin airlift, which there is in the immediate post-war period. You see a 5-year climb down. You don't see that.
Yeah.
New IKB asks, Fleet, have you read Far Aft and Faintly? Do not remind me of Far Aft and Faintly, sir. That abomination is somehow worse than Drake's Drum, and that's saying something.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh, Anti-Nicholas, if you want a question answered, there's a Q&A section so we can see them directly in the Q&A and we don't lose them. I have the live chat so people can see the chat if we're reacting to it, but the question section doesn't lose it. I found YouTube likes to refresh the live chat. If it's a Q&A system, they don't refresh it and I don't lose things. So
you might want to tell the secret to Drac. He probably needs it.
Oh, we've had this discussion. Well,
no, of course, he doesn't need it. He has me.
Yes, that's his answer.
Wait, was that actually his answer? I was joking.
So,
was that his actual answer?
Yeah, and you're better than YouTube, so that's fine.
Blackburn again.
Top 10 ships that should have been saved from scrapping, World War I to museum ships.
Warspite in the UK, Yavuz in Turkey, because let's face it, she bloody deserves it.
Yeah.
And she deserves to be in Turkey because she served far longer as a Turkish ship than she ever did as a German ship. She is more their ship than the Germans have any right to her.
To try and get Drac to visit Turkey.
Yeah. Let me see. From the Japanese side, I would have liked to have seen a Congo. Yeah. Very beautiful ships.
I've seen Isma as well.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough. From Spain, you know what? Fuck it. Give me one of the Hispanias. Little pocket dreadnought. Love it. Italy.
We all
give
have
me
to
one
have
of the
something which is going to act as a bookend.
Oh, come on. Don't. Alright, you and me are going to have to talk about the Hispanias at some point.
If you want to see something really cruel, I ask either me or Drac to have the conversation about the Hispanias.
And I'll stand my ground, dig in my flag, and once again fail to defend a ship that I love that everyone hates.
Yeah.
For Italy, you know what? Bloody hell, let's have a Littorio. Let's have a really big ticket item. Let's have a really large battleship that's not an Iowa. For Russia, you know what? I would love to have one of the Ganguts. I would really love to have...
So, frankly, the fact that they survived the revolution, survived World War I, and survived World War II, they deserve to be preserved.
Yep. Let me think. France. I know a lot of people want to say Richelieu or Dunkirk.
I think
honestly,
Furious should also survive.
Furious. Yeah. Yep, Furious. She deserves to be preserved. And there should be in the museum of her. There should be a model. There should be a model stages of life. You know, panorama showing how she got to the.
Have you been around Yeovilton? Yeovil.
Oh no, sadly I haven't.
You will find those models.
Yeah, well, I shall have to go over there and do that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Let me think. Who have I covered? Turkey, Italy. It's from World War One. Sorry, actually.
So take it off.
Oh, give me a Radetzky. We haven't got any semi-dreadnoughts. Give me a Radetzky.
I won't
give me that lovely example of
the Austrian. As I often say, when we talk about the qualitative naval race which was going on in the world, the Austrians are the ones who occasionally turn up and just plop something in from the side. It's kind of like, how do I put it? I'm trying to think of the car maker. There was a car maker who used to only turn up to almost every 4 or 5 years to a major race, and then when they did, they always won it with their car, and then they just wouldn't bother the next year.
Heck, I know you've said that deliberately. I see you over there in the live chat. I see you over there, Petch. Anyway, moving on before I lose my mind. For France, honestly, give me one of the Corbeys.
Yeah.
For World War One, because you know what, the Britannias, they're lovely, they're nice, but I feel like the Corbeys deserve to represent us this first tranche of French dreadnought shipbuilding.
Mm.
Because the Britannias are just repeat Corbeys with 13.4s. You can explain the French dreadnought story far better with a Britannia than you can with a Corbeil. And you can have like models of the Corbeil and dioramas as here's where they went next, but it was most of the same ship but with different guns. Whereas with the Britannia, you could say...
I would add another ship to be saved, which would be the Burn. Because as much as I might dislike it, it is a good starting point for understanding a lot of the French interwar years. And the issues they have.
Good shout. Good shout.
As much
Better
as I
than
dislike the aircraft carrier, I think it's a good one. I'm
better than
going to... There is... Anthony Nichols is putting question in the thing. Had the Germany used the U-boat fleet to attack the British...
Oh, you've missed one!
I haven't missed one. It's just that Anthony has put that question in a couple of times in a live chat. And has now put it into the actual Q&A, and I don't want to... They've put a lot of effort into getting it to us, so I'm just going to quickly skip to that one, and then I'll come back.
Fair enough.
Had Germany used the U-boat fleet to attack the British home fleet instead of commerce shipping, what do you think the outcome would have been? The Royal Navy would be very happy with that, because they set up everything to defend the home fleet. They had fleet destroyers, they had enough ASDIC, they had ASDIC on the cruisers... Basically, going after the home fleet...
Aircraft out the wazoo.
Yeah, going after the home fleet would have made the Royal Navy... would have meant you were coming straight to them. And also, they had hydrophones around quite a lot of their bases. The interesting base, do you know the one base which didn't have those things? Scapa Flow. It's like they didn't have the proper defences. And do you know which Secretary... do you know which Chancellor of the Exchequer stopped the funding for that? It was the same one who stopped funding for Singapore in the 20s. Name would be Winston Churchill.
God damn it, Winnie, you absolute family-friendly MacGuffin.
Look, it's one of the things is he's a great war leader as Chancellor. There are so many things he must have, as he said, he knew history was going to be kind to him because he intended to write it. But one of the things that's written out is the fact that so many of the issues which he's dealing with caused in World War II were caused by his own period as Chancellor of the Exchequer, where he didn't want to spend money on everything, and reintroduced the gold standard too early, which caused huge economic issues.
Well, that wasn't mainly his fault. That was the US literally putting the screws on Britain.
Well, yes and no. There were other options he could have gone with.
But if we want to talk about people who get an unfair rap as Chancellor, Neville Chamberlain literally said, literally when faced with the Depression, said, "I reject your reality and substitute my own."
Yeah.
And the thing is, appeasement as well.
Yeah.
I think he gets a bad rap.
He's trying to buy time for rearmament.
And I would point out that as far as any, like, with hindsight, we know that even up to 1938, the Germans had 6 months in any war with Britain and France. But they didn't know that. also, there's an argument being made that I've started to subscribe to more and more that Britain and France shouldn't have extended the guarantee to Poland. They should have basically told the Poles, look, bend over slightly on the Polish corridor, because, well, first off, that the Russians aren't going to move on Poland by themselves. They're not going to invade unless Germany's coming in from the other side. And also, if the Poles
say, actually, no, I would put it in reverse. You see, the thing is, there is a lot of theory around that. There's no real hope of stopping war at that point. It's gone too far. He's going to ask for more. There's no way you're stopping him. He's a gambler, and he's become obsessed with his own gambles by that point. And that's the trouble. You're not dealing with a rational personality who's making rational decisions. You're dealing with a gambler who's addicted to the gamble. And he's always going to push it one step further.
Oh no! I know he is.
Czechoslovakia.
Yeah. Oh no! But by that point,
Sudetenland. It's the trouble is by that point, even if you give him Poland, you're not helping yourself.
Even with the Czechs, even with all the Czech industry, there's a reason why Hitler goes to war in '39, is because that's the point when his superiority versus Britain and France is at its highest. Give the British and French another 6 months to a year of peacetime. The French army will have reorganised itself properly in a way it just didn't when it was on a war footing. The British will have trained half the army because they got peacetime that they wanted to send into France. That's not even the BEF. Mm-hmm. You'll have another year of peacetime construction for the RN. You'll have another year of peacetime max funding. You'll have the French Air Force fully monoplaned up with good aircraft, things like the MS-406 being the largest aircraft, which is, to be fair, not that good.
And I also don't think you could have... It's going to sound strange, but what's he going to have done in that meantime that you're going to have to concede it to? Because you're thinking he stops at Poland. I don't think he stops at Poland. And I don't think he dives into the Soviet Union from Poland. I think he goes after other things to secure himself. And, yeah, let's say next thing he goes after is Denmark. Or Belgium. Or Romania. It's just... you are dealing with a gambler who's pushing.
Well, Romania is already drifting into Germany's orbit by 1939-40.
Oh, yes, it is.
Hungary's already gone by that point. Hungary... Horthy was bought off with some parts of Transylvania and southern Slovakia. So that ship has already sailed.
Yeah.
And at that point, the fact that Romania gives up Transylvania to Hungary basically confirms that they are dancing to Germany's tune at that point.
Yeah.
So there's no need for invasions. The only nation that I can see as the catalyst would be Yugoslavia. Basically with some form of diktat, basically demanding that Hungary be given its territories and Romania be given some shit, and pardon my French, and Bulgaria be given little bits and bobs.
We have language rules on this channel because little cousins usually are watching.
Sorry, I'm getting there. I've been very good. That one slipped out.
Yeah.
So it will probably be some form of partition of Yugoslavia. Even then, though, the thing with Yugoslavia that makes it different from Poland is that Poland was always going to fight. There was never going to be any split government. Yugoslavia has this faction of the army officers that want to side with the Axis.
Yeah.
And you might see some form of proxy war kick off that escalates into the Second World War as we maybe know it. Because, we saw what happened in actual history when Yugoslavia attempted to flip to avoid invasion. The king is put back on the throne in order to prevent that in 1941. The Croatians then break away under German guidance, which would probably still happen, and then you'd have some sort of quasi shooting war down there, which then the British would go, "Oh, you can't do that," and the French would go, "Oh, you can't do that," and that would probably be a catalyst at some point in early 1940.
Yeah.
Which still benefits the Allies way more than it does the Germans.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening because of...
Especially since depending on whether or not Hitler feels like giving... Because bear in mind, if Hitler's a gambler, but he's also a gambler who likes to gamble on other things as well. He knows that if he gets the Polish corridor, he doesn't have to give toffee to Stalin of Poland. He can keep Poland as a buffer state until he's ready to annex it himself, and that'll suit him just
but
fine.
Also, you've just cut off Poland from the sea, so you've just destroyed their economy. So they're no longer a buffer state. And you've destroyed their ability to be an autonomous nation. So you've basically handed Poland to Germany. The moment you hand that corridor to Germany, you've handed Poland to Germany. Doesn't matter what you've done. And I think also I would say that one of the big problems you've got is the whole perception of some of the German army officers in various countries being pro-Germany is a strong one. It's like. I think Norway, for example, is often used as an example of this, but they suffer because the Norwegian government decide to send out warning by telegram, not by radio alert. That means a lot of other officers don't know what they're doing, so don't know what's going on. So if you have a senior officer who's maybe a bit funny and going to be a bit, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, well, the others around them don't know what's going on. But if all the officers in the room and all the NCOs know exactly what's happening and know that they might be being invaded and they're high alert and there to tell them to go away, then if the senior officer goes, I don't want to, I think we should wait and see if we should fire on that ship. Cock, cock, pistol at their head. Really, sir, you want to wait? Maybe you should go sit down elsewhere, sir, and I'll take over. That's the problem when you try in those scenarios, and Germany takes advantage of a lot of that in World War II, because there are a lot of countries which go, "Oh, we can't do that for fear of upsetting the Germans. They're already coming to invade you." To be honest, the British were already coming to invade them as well. Well, consider it keeps going on and off. It was off at this point, but the thing is, the British were considering taking some ports to secure them for their own protection. Because they didn't trust the Norwegian government to secure them. It's really funny. World War I, the British government never thinks the Norwegian government will not secure their own ports. By World War II, should we take them off them because they're not going to secure them themselves?
Yep, that's about right.
Aluminium fence, we say ship on this channel. And frigate a lot. Now, let's see. Let's finish up these questions. Let's see. We did the nuclear weapons, top 10 ships. We didn't mention any of the Brazilian vessels, or Chilean vessels, or Argentinian vessels. I would say I want the Chilean, the Almirante Cochrane. I want her to survive, I think, more than I want the Brazilian ones. 9681. In the 20s, the British Empire was reaching a point in terms of cruisers, Baltimore-sized cruisers, something the USA were not reaching until the 40s. So where was the USA at the same time in cruiser size? In cruiser size in the 20s, they are... well, they have their 6-inch cruisers. They're lovely little things. And they are building the Lexingtons. So that's the thing. The Lexingtons are really the Americans' answer to their heavy cruiser problem. They are battle cruisers, but they are... As I said before, they are battle cruisers. 2 words. They are the 1920s American version of the Invincibles, and so they're really their heavy cruisers. Would you agree with that, Fleet? Foo?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and then it goes Black Maximals. Implications of the Royal Navy adopting the 24.5-inch oxygen-rich torpedo post-Washington Treaty.
That's
You have a very heavy torpedo as standard issue for the Royal Navy, and probably the Americans and a few other nations follow suit because, well, if the British have gone that, then they're going to go that. But that's also going to have an effect on your destroyer sizes, and that could actually lead to an interesting thing, because if you've got if you're having that size torpedo, you might actually have to start building new destroyers earlier on, because the older destroyers can't take the 24.5-inch torpedo. If you adopt 24.5, you're still going to need an 18-inch torpedo for aircraft, because I would love to see the aircraft that could loft its 24.5-inch torpedo into combat. There again, I think you might get them actually building that.
I think I think you're gonna have to see. You can't have the 24-inch be a drop as an airdrop weapon. You're gonna have to see this. You're gonna have to
wouldn't
see
you
a
love
split.
the idea though, of a swordfish with a 24.5-inch torpedo slung below it?
I loathe that as a concept. I don't know why, but I loathe that as a concept.
Just so big and heavy.
Please, no, Dr. Clarke. Think of the swordfish.
Think of the... Hang on, the swordfish, the whole system to drop depends on the tension wire to balance out in the fins, to balance out the torpedo so it belly flops rather than dives, so it runs shallow in harbours, etc., and doesn't go down into the ocean. Think of how strong the tension wire would have to be to make that work with a 24.5-inch torpedo.
Oh no.
That could be a real technological engineering nightmare. Now, you're probably still not the 18-inch, but yeah.
That's utterly terrifying.
Yeah. And it'd be fun.
Let me see.
1640. Re-presidential control nuclear weapons. There were 9 weapons which had been transferred in theatre, and permissive action links were not yet a thing. Also, if I remember correctly, it was not until mid-late 90s that authority under specific systems to launch nuclear weapons was removed from the commander of US naval vessels. Tactical nuclear weapons were under control of the captain. There were missions where the use of weapons, including tactical nuclear, were at the discretion of the captain. Yes, but yeah, loading it on board a bomb, anything you're loading aboard a bomber is not going to be a tactical weapon. I don't think in that period of 1950s they have a tactical weapon. And this is going to sound terrible, but even if MacArthur tries to send the order to everyone to do that, someone is going to check elsewhere in the chain of command whether they launch or not. So it might be a case of trying to send it, but I don't think it was in the air. I don't think it even got loaded on the bomber. Because it's going to sound strange, but those sort of weapons are under the secure of people who will ask questions. Very pointed questions of like, really? Really? I'm gonna check with my boss.
Dear.
He's gonna check with his boss. And he's gonna check with his boss. To check that your boss's boss's boss has permission to do this. Because that's a big ask to use those. They are literally national assets. Ramal, do you think Franklin Delano Roosevelt hated Churchill during World War One when Franklin was the assistant Secretary of the Navy? No, he didn't hate him. He found him annoying, but didn't hate him. Alien Fence. Speaking of torpedoes, what if the Mark 13, 14, and 15 didn't suck in the first half of the war? Nirvana. That's it, pretty much. I'll leave a new fence to give you a bit of clarifying on the language issue on the channel, and why I do have it. It's because my little cousins watch the channel. I'm the only boy in 40 cousins. That means, in the nicest way, I have been brought up to never ever hit a member of the fairer sex, other than strictly in self-defense. But even then, don't hit. There are 40 of them. Some of them run quite quickly. And I'm the only guy. And their kids watch my channel. If they learn language, their parents do not want them to have. I am not only outnumbered, I am outnumbered by a significant majority. And they know where I live. Okay? So, whilst I respect and I do encourage all the questions people want to do, I just request on the language we try and keep it as... And I try and keep, especially keep it as moderate as possible. Just because I don't want to get blamed. Because I like my skin attached to me.
Hmm.
If you were outnumbered by that many, you'd do the same thing, let's be honest. There's freedom of speech and there's...
Yeah.
This is me basically committing... Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have we actually caught up then? Wow, we have.
Yeah, we have. That was more or less the way the situation understood. The difference being it was loaded and aloft before message made it from the person you mentioned going outside a chain of command to run the flag up. We both know comms in the 50s was nothing like we ever had a quarter century ago. Yes, but the trouble is, they wouldn't allow that bomb out of the storage place before they had the confirmation back.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take this the wrong way, Melanie. They'd like to push some of the stories, and I'm sure they found someone who said, well, I think it was loaded. But the reality of... I would want to check, because let's be honest, if the order comes down that says no, you're not supposed to let it out, and you let it out, your career is over. Even if you did make the call. So you're not going to let it go.
Mm.
That's interesting. Right then. Thank you very much, The Foo, for joining me. Fleet of Oceans, thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank
Always.
you, Glyn. Thank you, Leslie. I hope you all enjoyed the chat. And yeah, it was fun.
Take care, folks. I'll catch you all next time. I need my beauty sleep, for what it's worth.
And I'm going to finish, and I'm going to leave actually up as I go. Rather than the image I was originally going to do, I'm going to put this up at the front and say thank you very much, everyone. So I'm going to end the question. When was the earliest point small twin guns could be implemented on destroyers? You're talking about 1920s. Well, probably successfully with the technology available in the beginning. They're actually doing it. It's about mid-1920s. It wasn't him. Melanie 640. The thing is, he is your theatre commander, but if the strategic weapons such as nuclear weapons are still held under their command structure, so they would go outside of their command structure, and the weapons are not out of the US Air Force's purview, so they're still in their purview. So they might be. He might have authority over the command, but US Air Force commander still has command of his assets, assisting and. Let's put it this way, there is enough extra bureaucratic layers in it that it's going to be interesting. So, I'm going to say image 4 to the front. And thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. And as I said, I'm going to end the chat, end the Q&A. Turn that to live chat. And I'm going to say, get rid of that. Image 4. Put there. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you had a nice evening. And take care. And I'm sure I'll see you all. Hopefully I'll see you all on Sunday and on Thursday for this week's live, which I do have, which I think is Operations Tiger and Spice from memory. Let me just check. Always good to check rather than say it just entirely from memory, especially when you're dyslexic. It's always better to check. It's yes, Operations Tiger and Splice, not Spice, Tiger and Splice, which I think you're going to enjoy. I think you're going to enjoy it a lot. Thank you very much, Sharon. Take care. Have a nice evening. Thank you, Inns Morrison's, Aluminium Fence, Anthony Nichols, Knight681, Raptor Rat, DG40, John Shea, Dab Brook, Bijan, Ramol, Paul Amos, Avis, Draken Red, Duke of Petchington, Mark Harkness, Railway Thinker. Hope you have a nice trip with your girlfriend, by the way, to HMS Belfast. I hope you have fun that time. Ramol and Colin Cameron. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Dan Freeman, Melanie, 1640, and everyone who's been adminning the chat. Thank you very much for all you. John Shea, Cody85, thank you very much. Thank you everyone who's been on here. Runon, thank you everyone who's been chatting away, and just thank you for being here, and hope you had a good evening. And again, once again, sorry for missing out on Sunday evening. I don't normally like to muck up my schedule by not doing the things I promised to do, but as said, family comes first. So thank you very much, and take care. Toodles. And let's make this go big. And there you go. And I will leave you with the July 2024 Patron premieres.